A scream was heard on the training field. A man was looking for a person named number 205. The guy responded a few minutes later and apologized, saying he was too focused on training. The man asked why he was training alone again, to which he received the answer that the guy still lacked skill. He was surprised, since the 205th was a second-level assassin. But he still handed the guy a scroll with a new task. He opened the scroll and read the victim's name. It was the faction's phantom heavenly swordmaster, Rico. The man said to kill him, but try as much as possible to leave no traces behind. In the estate of the ghostly master, people were kneeling, asking for forgiveness, and saying that they would return all the money. Rico sat on his throne, drinking alcohol, and wondering what to do with these simple people. He began his speech about how they had said the same thing last time, but nothing had changed, and now they should be punished. The man bowed on his knees and said once again that he would return everything, even at the cost of his own body. This caused the master to smile wryly, and he said that he liked this option, after which he ordered them to be dragged to him. There were screams and pleas for him not to kill them, but there was only fear in the eyes of the people. Within seconds, they were already dead, blood splashing across the windows of the room. After enjoying the murder, he went to see one of the servants. She flattered him, saying that although she was a simple servant, she had nevertheless been honored with the attention of her master. He grabbed her by the neck and said that he could choose any girl he wanted. She apologized and clarified that she was only worried about how it might affect his reputation. The gentleman said that she should not worry, and that very soon he would expand his business even more. Grinning demonically, he reflected that the era of money rule had arrived, and he could very well become the ruler of the world. But then his attention was distracted by a black silhouette that flashed briefly at the entrance to the room. There stood a guy with a sword, the same 205th who came to fulfill his mission. The man became agitated and began shouting who he was and why he had come to his property. But before he could even finish speaking, the boy's sword pierced him, destroying all his dreams of greatness. After completing the mission, the guy returned to headquarters. He was immediately asked why he had stabbed the target in that particular way. He replied that if he had used the technique, he would have left too many traces, so he decided to do it this way. The man was a little surprised, but told the guy that he was free and that they would contact him. At this time, in ordinary life, it was an ordinary evening. People were walking along the streets with their families and smiling. 205th sat on the balcony of his small room with his sword and watched this. The cult kidnapped him as a child, and he doesn't even know his own name. All he's done in his life is hone his fighting techniques. He also thought that there were many guys with him before, but looking at his sword, he realized that only he, Mukon, remained nearby. Taking hold of the weapon with his hands, the guy stood up and said that they could come out if they had something to say. Then out of nowhere, 3 guys appeared. One of them smiled and said that he was a good guy for being able to notice them. The guy asked why they had come to him, to which he replied that he wasn't that fun to be around, so they would get straight to the point. They began to angrily talk about how, because of him, they, the first-level killers, were removed, and the guy himself was transferred to direct subordination to the founder of the Black Death. The guys got ready and said that they would destroy him and his entire reputation because he didn't deserve it. At this time, there was a conversation at headquarters about the selection of candidates for the Black Death. An elderly man asked how things were going. The representative said there was one unfinished business left, which surprised the man a little. He talked about number 205 and how his innate abilities were not designed for killing. He added that he would be much more suited to being a warrior than a killer, since his passion for martial arts is very great. Thanks to this, he is able to know the truth of mastery on his own, without the help of a teacher. He also continued that the guy would definitely live up to expectations if he became a warrior, but the problem was that they needed assassins right now. At this time, the 205th had already defeated 3 opponents. They were very surprised and said that he had been hiding his strength all this time. He specified that there was simply no occasion to show it, but they need not worry. He will not tell anyone about their actions. After all, he realized that he still needs to practice. The boys were shocked by this. They said that he was already impossible to defeat, but how much stronger did he want to become? He started talking about martial arts and what everyone knows. You can't stop. until you reach Talma's level. As he left, he noted that he was still very far from this, so he needed to train a lot. He also added that from today on he has become a completely different person, and they can call him by another name. With shining eyes, the boy turned his face and said that his name was now Mukyan. The next morning, the boy was training as usual. He was wondering if it was possible to reach the limit in martial arts, and what kind of strange energy was coming from his sword. Is it created by introducing otherworldly forces into it, or is something else happening to it? But these thoughts quickly flew out of his head. After finishing training, he dreamed of finding out if there was a limit to skill. From above, a tall and huge man was watching the guy closely, waiting for him to finish training. He asked his servant if this was the same guy who had named himself after his sword, and received the answer that it was absolutely correct. The man thought to himself, could it really be that this boy had never seriously studied swordsmanship? Because it was hard to believe. He began to say that he just needed a killer for one job, and ordered his servant to invite him to him. Everyone was assembled, and he asked those gathered why they were silent, after which he was surprised that they had not been taught to greet their superiors. The boys realized their mistake, folded their hands, bowed to the gentleman, and greeted him. He started to say that he had gathered everyone because there was one important task. He also asked if anyone had heard of the blood cult of Asu. Mukyan understood what the man was talking about. These were the descendants of the same cult that had waged a fierce battle against them in the past. Now this cult has started to unite its forces and create new monsters from the dead. The guy's mission is to find out as much information about their plans as possible. While leaving on a mission, the only girl in the company suggested that the team get to know each other. She introduced herself as Mira, and then, hitting and pushing the boy from behind, said that his name was Kaito. The other two guys were named Ren and Hayato. They were also from the same squad. The guy also gave his name and specified that he was from the Black Death, which caused a little surprise among the others. Ren thought to himself that he was special, since he was part of the best squad of assassins, and also directly subordinated to the founder of the cult. The girl said that Kaito was lucky, because he really wanted to join this squad, and that he should study. This made the guy a little embarrassed. Mukyan said that they should hurry, because time was running out. The guys agreed and followed him. Hayato stopped and sensed something was wrong. He told everyone to be on guard because there might be troops nearby. He also saw a buried object in the ground that looked like a sword hilt, which confused him greatly. Mira screamed that now everyone should be in place and looking around because they were already here. Suddenly, these terrible creatures appeared from the ground in front of the guy and immediately rushed into battle. The battle began. Although they were resurrected dead, they were quite strong under the influence of magic. Hayato was on guard. He understood that if these monsters were here, then there were representatives of the blood cult somewhere nearby. Kaito asked if they had failed, but then a guy rushed in front of him at lightning speed, preparing to strike. Mukyan cut down one dead man after another, and during his blows, the sword glowed with blue energy. He clarified that these guys were just guarding the territory, and that they would quickly deal with them. There would be no problems. It wasn't so easy for the guys from the other squad, but the girl still pulled herself together and ordered the guy not to be a coward. One man watched the battle intently in his dark lair. He was informed that someone had invaded the Western territory. He replied that this was expected and ordered a necromancer and more corpses to be sent there. The squad continued to fight and kill these creatures. They noticed that they were much stronger than they looked. Looking at the guy from Black Death, Ren noted that he had something more than just strength, because even he, the commander of his squad, had a hard time coping. Here, on a tall tree, in the moonlight, the boys saw the silhouette of a girl holding a staff in her hands. She cast a spell, so that all those buried here would rise up and show their full power to the fools who dared to come here. After that, she jumped high into the air and shouted another spell, which caused a huge explosion and a lot of smoke. The guy realized who this girl was and shouted to all the guys to be careful because a necromancer had come to them. There was a very loud scream behind him. There stood a monster of enormous size that could kill them with one blow. Jumping back and seeing this monster, he was, to put it mildly, surprised. He did not understand how such a creature could be created from a dead man. The necromancer, in turn, greeted them and introduced her bully to the guys, saying that they would greatly regret coming here. But this was not what surprised Mukyan now. For a few seconds he looked at another dead man and felt a slight fear. It was the same heavenly sword master the boy had killed a few days ago, now standing before him, thirsting for revenge. The guy told the boys that he was leaving these creatures to them because the invasion had already been detected, time was running out, and they still hadn't found their base. The others were very surprised, but as he started to run, he explained that he could not fail the mission, and the base must be somewhere nearby. Seeing a cave from which a terrible fog was coming out, the guy immediately realized that this was the place and headed there. As he moved deeper, he saw a huge number of standing dead people in front of him. This was the place where these monsters were created. Assessing the situation and seeing their numbers, the guy realized that he couldn't cope alone and began to think about what to do next. But his thoughts were interrupted. He turned to the side and saw a frightening picture in front of him. The blow flew at the guy with incredible speed. This dead man was also huge in size and had incredible strength. There was a man standing on the hill. He started saying that he had gone too far, and judging by his clothes, the guy wasn't so simple. Continuing to speak, he greeted the guy and clarified that he was now in the very heart of the blood cult of Asu. It was the founder of the cult himself, Iruto. He looked at the boy closely and suggested that Mukyan would make a great monster. He introduced himself and, grinning, asked if he had come to join them. The guy was angry and asked why they needed all these dead people, whether they were going to start a war again or were just gathering their supporters. The founder responded that he was not interested in allies and clarified that the guy was clearly not on the same path with them. The blood cult of Asu is the successor to the old blood cult that once destroyed half of all forces. It took almost 50 years for the demon cult to rebuild. The boy realized that they were building up their power again and decided that he had to report it at any cost. But then he felt something was wrong in his body. It was as if his body was no longer obeying him. Iruto said that he shouldn't even try to get out of here because everything around is saturated with poisonous fumes. He also added that he was very interested in how long he could hold out, because the higher the skills, the stronger the creature that would come out of him. At this time, the guys were walking along a path in the forest and started talking about that guy, not remembering his name exactly. Kaito started to say that he simply abandoned them and disappeared, but Ren immediately replied that there must have been reasons for that. Suddenly, the man turned around, his attention drawn to a strange smell coming from the fumes nearby. This was the same tunnel that Mukyan had gone into. It was emitting toxic fumes that could easily kill. At this time, in the tunnel, the guy was waving his blade and thinking about whether this was his end and all his training was in vain. His skills were not enough. He thought about how to become stronger and how to defeat these creatures. But having pulled himself together a little, he believed in himself and said that he could handle it. There was no point in burying him ahead of time. The cult leader calmly watched what was happening and was sure that soon this guy would become his personal toy. Mukyan's bloody body was already beginning to malfunction from the poison. He leaned on his sword and paused for a few seconds in thought. There were hundreds of dead people in front of him, but he confidently shouted that he didn't need anything else. Everything was exactly as he wanted. After all, he just wants to know if there is a limit to skill, and he has a great chance to find out. Lately, his thoughts were only about whether it was possible to reach this limit in martial arts and whether it was within his power. The energy of his sword, he didn't understand how it was formed. Perhaps the universe had infused him with an otherworldly power, and this was that energy. It is usually said that an outstanding master can stand against several dozen enemies at once. How can this be achieved? At first, everything did not seem so difficult. Blue energy began to flow out of the boy's blade. It filled him completely from his toes up his body, even his eyes were filled with it. Iruto liked this, noting that he saw hope in the boy, which was great, because he would enjoy turning it into despair. The boy's voice also changed. His blows became light and deadly. He confidently said that he would show Iruto what real despair was. He then asked the cult leader if he had ever heard of the Black Death Squad, and he continued, "Many years ago, the demonic cult kidnapped several thousand small children and trained them. Among them, The best were chosen. They were made into masters of the highest class. Thus was born a squad of killers, directly subordinate to the leader of the cult, Black Death. The guy clarified that he was assigned number 205, and only those who passed numerous checks could receive a name. Then he noted that, regarding the dark spirit inside him, at that moment something unusual came out of the guy, and with one blow he cut down many monsters. The blood flying from them filled the cave and almost completely covered the boy's face. He exclaimed that his name was Mukyan. Iruto was very surprised by such capabilities. With one swing of the blade, the guy destroyed 50 recently created corpses. The killer stared at the man. Dark energy was already pouring out of him. He asked if he enjoyed his despair. After asking what had happened to his expression, the boy said that Iruto should remember one thing well and abruptly disappeared. Appearing behind the man and swinging his sword, he said that he should remember the name of the one who would one day reach the pinnacle of mastery. With incredible strength and radiating energy, he delivered a winning blow straight to the cult leader's back. The mask covering the left side of Iruto's face shattered, revealing terrible scars. The man smiled and said that he would definitely remember this. Iruto suddenly disappeared, adding that they would definitely meet again because this was only the beginning. The dead continued to climb towards Mukyan, and the gas gradually filled the entire cave. From nowhere, the voice of the ruler was heard, who mockingly said that first the guy should try to survive here. Mukyan got down on one knee and started coughing, blood pouring out of his mouth. He had almost no strength left. Continuing to cough, he realized that he had inhaled too much toxic fumes, and if this continued, he would no longer live. But he remained collected and decided to use his strength to quickly deal with the remaining dead and escape. At this time, Mira climbed to the top of a tree in the forest. She noticed something strange. It seemed like the protective curtain was collapsing. Taking a closer look, she realized that the situation was getting out of control and urgent action was needed. Jumping down, she told the guys that they had problems and needed to find Mukyan immediately and get out of here. In another part of the forest, the Imperial detachment watched the events. They did not understand what kind of force could destroy the defense. One of the soldiers said that it seemed like the information was true, and the cult was indeed creating creatures to attack the Imperial Palace again. Another noted that it was time to act, and that the bodies of the dead needed to be returned to where they came from. The squad created earlier had already headed straight for the tunnel leading to the cave. They noticed the guy from afar and sped up, running closer. The guy told them not to come closer because there was poison here, but Ren saw that he was still alive and said that they needed to get out of here quickly. He also added that the Imperial troops had already arrived and were approaching to fight the blood cult of Asu. Taking Mukyan's hand, he said that they would handle the rest, and it was just in time, since their mission was already accomplished. Kaito clarified that it was thanks to this army that not only the mission but also their lives were saved. However, looking around, he was curious about what had happened. He looked at the many creatures that had already been cut up and couldn't believe that he had single-handedly destroyed them all. The boy realized that there was something unusual, maybe even dark about him, and that they had underestimated his abilities. The Imperial troops were already on the approach and in full combat readiness. Their huge numbers were ready to completely destroy the enemy. The blood cult troops were also ready to meet the enemy, but they did not understand how the Imperial soldiers passed through the veil from the outside and thought that something had happened to the founder. However, they had no time to think, as they were quickly cut to pieces by blades. The battlefield was teeming with blood and filled with screams. The general of the troops, Akimoto, ordered everyone to move forward and spoke about how none of these bastards who desecrated the bodies of the dead deserved to live. The leader of the Bascone squad also actively participated in the battle and encouraged his warriors in every possible way so that they would not be afraid and fight to the end. On the other side, the soldiers tried not to panic, assuring each other that they were facing the same people who simply had combat skills. The necromancer and the cult leader watched the battle from afar. He clarified that he was fine, but it was boring to stand there doing nothing. However, he added that a smart bird will always detect a person, and a stupid one will try to get a few grains. After that, they disappeared. At this time, the headquarters of the devil cult had already received news about what had happened during the boy's mission. The founder of the cult, as usual, remained calm and looked out from his chambers at the starry night sky. A servant came to him and reported that something unexpected had happened, to which he asked for specifics. He said that the blood cult of Asu had entered into battle with the emperor's army and that a fierce battle was currently underway. The founder of the demon cult, Diren, was a little angry at this news, but outwardly remained completely calm. The servant continued that as soon as rumors spread that the blood cult was planning an attack, the imperial palace immediately sent troops to stop them. He added that now many of the masters and creatures they had created had been destroyed, to which Diren replied that things were taking an interesting turn. He asked what happened to their squad that had left on a mission, to which he received the answer that everyone had returned alive and was now undergoing treatment. He was also informed that the warrior who had distinguished himself most was a warrior named Mukyan, whom the founder had never heard of before. In addition, there was a proposal to train this boy in swordsmanship and make him a master. Diren said that they could do as they saw fit. The decision was made. A few days later, the boy was met by his new teacher, nicknamed Phantom Death. His name was Lee. Mukyan was ready for a new path and greeted his mentor with respect, introducing himself. The man smiled back and said that he would definitely take care of the boy. In an instant, a powerful blow was aimed towards Mukyan, but he managed to dodge it. The series of blows continued. They were fast and incredibly strong. The guy barely had time to dodge them. After a few attacks, the mentor drew his blade and jumped straight at his new student. The guy was surprised by what was happening and noted that Lee was incredibly fast, and he himself had already lost a lot of strength. He too drew his blade, and their blades clashed, showering the battlefield with beautiful sparks. Mukyan noted that the man is strong and clearly not as simple as he seems at first glance. The mentor stopped and said that the boy could become a good master, but sometimes during training, he would arrange surprise attacks on him. He added that he now understood why he was more suited to the role of a master than a killer. However, he asked why the guy came now, since he had not completed the recovery course. Lee continued that this was not possible. He was in a hurry and asked if he had another life in his pocket if he was taking such a risk. He then added that Mukyan was a blockhead, a fool, and a real idiot, and that the master had never met anyone more reckless. Scratching his small beard, he said that he would have to fix everything from the beginning. After these words, his blade began to fill with unusual energy. He thought to himself that he liked the guy's look, and most likely he would be able to make a great master out of him. He began to talk about the ranks in their cult and clarified that the highest rank, as everyone knew, was Talma, which meant beyond magic. Smiling wickedly, he asked Mukyan if he wanted to see this rank in all its power. Mukyan replied that this was his goal, to which the man asked him what he thought was the most important thing in martial arts. The boy replied that, in his opinion, the most important thing was knowledge of these arts, and he looked intently at the teacher. He confirmed his words and added that no matter how strong you are, without understanding the truth, you will simply find yourself in a dead end. And taking hold of his sharp blade, filled with enormous magical power, with both hands, he said that he would show the boy a small manifestation of this truth. The guy thought that he had completely gone crazy, as if he was going to kill him, and decided that he needed to dodge. In an instant, he was already behind the man and fully prepared for further attacks towards him. He just smiled again and said that he had no doubt that the guy would evade, and he would try to teach him everything he knew. He also added that he does not promise that he will reach Talma's level, but will do everything possible to achieve this. Drawing the boy's attention to the waterfall behind him, he said that in front of them was a huge current, a turbulent stream, rapidly breaking through the stone, and he noted that now they will test what he is capable of and how far his blade can go. The guy liked the idea. He realized that this was his dream, and it looked like he had a chance to make it come true. He became completely humble and thought to himself that he would unwaveringly follow Master Lee's will. The man noted that, as his ancestor said, when the wills of a weapon and its owner coincide, even a dry branch can destroy a mountain. He also clarified that, of course, this can be achieved by force, but it will take a lot of time, and the difference in effect will be obvious. The guy thought to himself that it was amazing if the power of the sword's energy could be so astonishing. He was eager to know one thing: what his true power was capable of in that case. He also noted that almost 10 years had passed, and he still had no idea what the power of the sword was capable of. Time passed. The guy was in full concentration and sat quietly, meditating. He understood that he was still missing something. The mentor approached him and asked how he was doing and how his internal state had changed since his arrival. In response, he received a question from the student. But at the moment, his attention was not drawn to the question itself, but to what he saw. There was a huge amount of power coming from the guy, and he thought to himself that he seemed to have not noticed how he actually reached that level. He, however, without paying attention to it as usual, smiling, asked what the guy wanted to know. He noted that he was unable to complete the final stage of his training and asked what he should do in that case. Lee clarified that the guy should not rush anywhere, because everything has its time, and that he needed to practice a little. The right path would lay out itself before him. Mukyan noted that he was being too kind today, to which the teacher thought that he was probably getting old, and added that he thought of him as his last student. He also continued that he was already over 70, which caused great surprise to the guy, because he looked much younger. The mentor asked the boy how old he was, to which he replied that he was 27. The teacher smiled and noted that he was probably not the only one. He said that as inner strength develops, it affects the exterior. But this is only on the outside. Inside, everything slowly ages, and he appealed to the boy to be careful about postponing his old age, no matter what method he used to do so. He also said that he still had decades of training to go before he could come down from the mountains. The guy didn't take it seriously at first and thought it was just another joke, but soon a year had passed, and he realized that this was not a joke. He was still learning the art. Now, another year passed. Mukyan was still in the mountains. They began to talk about the cult of Asu and what had happened to them, to which the teacher replied that he lived in the mountains and could not know. A few years later, the training continued. The boy asked with interest if anyone who wanted to learn the true power of the sword was still alive. This path was like climbing an endless tower with no clear direction, a path abandoned by countless warriors. Nevertheless, the guy understood that he had succeeded. He had become a completely different person. He had become a master. His strength increased many times. His energy was incredible. And looking at him, one could say that he could defeat thousands of warriors. He opened his blade and put all his strength into the blow. The ground beneath his feet began to crack, and a huge trail formed. The mentor watched this and was amazed. He thought to himself that this was truly impressive. This was the true power of the sword. After finishing his incredible strike and completing the final task, Lee congratulated the boy on this and awarded him the title of the strongest sword warrior. And he added that now, throughout his life, he will have to prove his strength and defend this title. But the guy seemed to be dissatisfied with everything that was happening. He looked at his blade in surprise. The mentor clarified what had happened, to which the guy began to say that he had reached the level he had been striving for, but there was one but. He continued that he still felt like something was missing, and that it didn't seem to be the end. Lee asked him if he had heard anything about a great master of the divine sword named Gui, who had attained the status of Talma, and he clarified that many people had reached this level, but it was special. There was no one in the demonic cult who could approach it in strength. Therefore, everyone is counting on the fact that such a warrior will still appear, and he suggested looking for answers in the arts of the dark ghost. He brought a collection. This book was written by Guvi in her old age and contained knowledge about all possible techniques. Giving the book to the boy, he added that the knowledge would be of benefit to him, and he could begin to learn the special language in which the book was written. He also said that this language should be learned elsewhere, which caused great surprise in Mukyan. Taking a deep breath and looking at the bright sky, the man said that it was time for the boy to go down. After some time, the disciple was descending from the mountains. A cart was driving along a stone road in which an old man was sitting. The boy extended his hand and asked him to stop, Now he looked like a wanderer and he needed to get to his destination. He politely asked his grandfather if he had room in his cart for one traveler. He replied that he could go with him only if he did not mind the company, since he was not alone. A little girl and an elderly man looked out of the carriage window and asked where the boy was heading. He also noted that it seemed they had met a warrior, since this man had once been one himself. He immediately recognized it. The guy replied that he was heading to a certain city. He was invited to sit down, to which he politely thanked his fellow travelers. On the way, the man asked him if the guy was married, to which he shyly replied that he wasn't thinking about it yet, since he had other goals. The company drove into a populated area and sat down to have lunch at a table. The man asked the guy what he wanted to eat, and he added that the old man was treating him so he could choose whatever his heart desired. At the next table sat a group of guys who looked like warriors or murderers. They were drinking and behaving inappropriately. They insulted other people, telling them not to even come near them because there were high-status people sitting there. The old man sighed and said that if people like them were faction members these days, the world would soon come to an end. The guy asked him if he wanted to help, because it was obvious that he had previously studied martial arts. The old man thought to himself that, although he had not said it, the warrior had immediately guessed and noted that he would have easily defeated those guys. But turning his attention to the next table, he noted that these five were a different matter. They proudly called themselves the Five Greats from the Shaman Ridge. The guy, without thinking twice, decided to put his lunch aside and headed towards the people who had caused him hostility. At this time, Lee stood on the mountain and noted to himself that he had to sacrifice something to train such a guy. He looked at the ruins around him that his student's blade had cut through and said that he had to spoil the perfect landscape that was there before a little. He also thought that letting such a student go was like letting a tiger loose in the village, and he deeply hoped that it wouldn't attack anyone important. But he was wrong. Mukyan at that time looked like a wild beast, ready to tear apart everything and everyone around him. The guys moved into the establishment and stayed there for a while. An elderly man, when everything had calmed down, came in to check the consequences. He was shocked by what he saw and immediately realized that the guy they were giving a ride to was not as kind as he seemed at first glance. The entire floor was covered in blood. Broken tables and chairs were scattered around. Also, all the dishes were broken, as if a hurricane had passed through. The man noted that his skills were simply amazing. He could not believe that the guy was so strong. Mukyan himself was no longer here. All that remained were the cut-up bodies of the guys he didn't like. He noticed a metal pole on the floor that had been cut and told his granddaughter to pay attention to the smoothness of the cut area. Then he added that, most likely, his blows were so fast that these guys did not even understand what they died from. The old man realized that he had underestimated the boy. This man's skills had already reached the level of a great master, and perhaps even higher. At that time, the boy had already arrived at his destination. It was a neighboring city, surrounded by a wall and guarded by guards. He handed one of the guards a folded piece of paper and said that it contained the order of his appointment. He carefully read the written text, was a little surprised, but invited the guy to go and follow him. Inside, he was met by a feudal lord who looked presentable. His name was Theodore, and he asked where he came from. Mukyan introduced himself and said that he was an assassin from the Black Death Squad of a demonic cult. The man felt a little nervous. He knew that this was the best and most dangerous squad in this cult. The guy was offered a drink, and he started talking about how this world is a cruel place, and he asks to take care of him. The feudal lord assumed that since the guy was from this squad, he must be very strong, and apologized for not knowing him. The man also asked if he should keep the presence of such a person here a secret, to which the guy agreed and said that it was better not to tell anyone, introducing him as an ordinary warrior. He then asked how many masters of the local cult were currently here, to which he received the answer, about 1,000. Half of them were currently on missions. Theodore also asked if he could tell his family about it, as some of his children are very spoiled, and he is afraid that they might behave inappropriately. The guy welcomed this and repeated once again that he would like as few people as possible to know about his presence. He also added that he should convey to everyone that they shouldn't hang around and especially not try to secretly follow him. The guy left. The man sighed deeply. He did not expect the guest to be exactly like this, because these are the most first-class killers. His personal guard approached him and asked if everything was okay with the feudal lord since he did not look his best, to which he asked the question, what does the guy think about the arriving guest and how should they behave? The guard replied that there had been rumors recently that a guy in a neighboring town had dealt with members of the faction, and if it was really him. After a short pause, the guard continued to say that in that case, a real monster had come to visit them. At that time, Mukyan was walking through the territory of her new habitat and heard an angry cry from a man who said that he was going to kill her now. He saw a little girl. After a scream, he slapped her and asked if she would steal again. The girl fell to the floor, but the man continued to shout that he had warned her last time, but she did not want to understand. Rolling up his sleeves with all his anger, he said that today either he or she would die. Adding that the girl was a small brat, he swung his big hand, but his blow missed its target. His hand was stopped by another hand, not as big but much stronger. He felt it immediately. Turning around, he saw Mukyan and asked with displeasure who he was and what he wanted. The guy asked him if he thought he was going too far, since he was just a small child. The man explained that instead of going to work, she decided to become a thief from a young age, and this is not the first time this has happened. In response, he handed him a bag with a handful of coins and told him to take it and leave, adding that there should be enough to cover the expenses. The seller nervously snatched the money and warned that if this happened again, he wouldn't get away with it. The boy approached the child and asked if everything was okay with her. In response, the girl looked at him in surprise and remained silent. He continued asking why she was stealing and couldn't she earn some money. She replied that her mother was sick, so she was constantly in bed, and because of her age, no one would hire her. The guy said he understood everything, put his hand on her head, and told her to take him to her home. The girl was confused and did not understand what to do. She asked in surprise why he needed to go there and what he wanted from her. He told her not to worry. He just wanted to assign her one job, but for that, he needed her mother's permission. They came to a small house that looked more like a stable. The girl asked them what they were going to do. When she entered the room, she saw that her mother was almost unconscious. She was very scared and immediately ran to her. The boy also saw this picture and asked what exactly she was sick with. The child could not answer exactly, she only said that her mother was very ill. Mukyan, in turn, immediately took the lying woman in his arms and said that she needed to be taken to a doctor immediately. At the hospital, the doctor examined her, performed all the necessary procedures, and gave her a medicine that brought the patient back to her senses. Opening her eyes and seeing everything that was happening, the woman thanked the stranger, but clarified that she did not know how to pay him. He replied that he didn't need anything and confidently said that from now on he and his daughter would live and work in his house, because it was much better than their current place. The little girl was very happy. The boy stroked her head again and said that mommy needed to rest, so they should go outside. Sitting in the fresh air, the girl began to talk to the guy and asked him if he knew how to fight. To this he sheepishly replied that he did. She said that she had seen others fighting a couple of times at the market and moving so fast it was like they were flying. She asked him if he could do that. Smiling, Mukyan replied that of course he couldn't fly, to which the child grinned and said that he was weak. He did not argue with her and said that this was absolutely true. That is why he lives in such a small house. The guy also asked her if she was really interested in martial arts, to which she exclaimed that she would really like to learn how to fight. The young man smiled and clarified that in that case, he would teach her the coolest technique. And he continued that it was called the Phantom Void technique, and if the girl mastered it, she would become incredibly strong. Meanwhile, not far away, in the mountains, a detachment of warriors was heading towards the town, carrying a lot of provisions and weapons. A group of bandits led by a very nasty guy was already ready to meet them. He ordered his men to get ready. After all, they were already nearby. The attack began. The number of attackers was much greater, so they quickly dealt with the guards. One of the squad leaders was still alive, but he knew he didn't have long. He hid behind a cart and waited. When the enemy was already approaching, the man said that those bastards didn't even know who they were dealing with. The leader of the group only laughed at these words. It was not the first time he had done such things, and he knew everything perfectly well. He started saying that it all belonged to another big shot, who reeked of money from afar, and that he didn't need anything else. The warrior began to say that as soon as the cult found out about everything, but his words were interrupted by death. He was cut down by a sword. The nasty guy said that it was hard to scare a mountain robber with such words. Holding the bloody weapon in his hands, he added that it was time to finish. Those guarding the cargo ran away in the hope of saving themselves, but the robbers did not leave anyone alive. For them, murder was just another form of entertainment. The man killed one after another. Theodore had already heard rumors of what had happened. He quickly went to Mukyan to report the trouble. He said that it was a transportation of military funds, so there were also 5 masters among the soldiers, but they were all dead. The guy understood the full scale of what was happening, and calmly asked if they knew who the instigators of all this were. The man assumed that only the bandits from Mount Dessel could do something like that. They are the ones who do such things. The guy was also told that there were about 200 bandits living on the mountain. He only said that he was going there and that it would not take much time. At the top of the mountain, there was a small town surrounded by wooden posts. Mukyan was already approaching it. Only after he entered the gates did he begin to show his full strength. The bandits were reduced to pieces of bodies that could be assembled like a puzzle. One of the leaders saw what was happening and asked who this man was and why he had come here. After all, he was unlikely to leave alive. The guy was in full combat readiness, and in response only asked where they had put what they had stolen today. The man replied that he had arrived late. They had already managed to sell almost everything, and now he was about to die. The group's chief and strongest warrior also joined them. He asked his brother to wait. He asked the guy again, who is he and why did he come here alone? Does he really believe in his own strength? Mukyan said nothing. He stared at his enemies and thought out a battle plan. The bandits rushed in a crowd in the hope of quickly dealing with the guy. This style of fighting was usual for them. One of the leaders also joined them, adding that he should not smile, because these were his last minutes of life. The guy thought to himself that last time he fought with a similar number of opponents, but this was a little different. As he cut through his enemies with his blade, he noted that things were different that time. Those creatures didn't really know how to think. The nasty guy watching this said that the guy was still capable of something, but he was sure that, as usual, he would easily cope with him. He was in a fierce enthusiasm for the kill. He jumped high and swung his huge samehado, but Mukyan easily dodged and delivered that decisive, quick, one might even say lightning-fast blow. The robber's head immediately flew to the floor and rolled, causing horror in everyone around. They were frightened by the fact that the leaders had already been defeated and began to run away in all directions, but the guy continued to cut them down. One of the robbers, who hid in a barrel to save himself, came out in the morning and saw many corpses around him. He noted that the guy was a real monster. He couldn't believe that all this had happened overnight, and that it had been done by one person. So he decided that he needed to report this to his superior as soon as possible. But his thoughts were interrupted. Mukyan remained here, waiting for people from the city to take the remaining provisions. The feudal lord's personal guard had already arrived. The guy ordered him and his men to take everything that was left here and go down. He, looking around, could not believe that one Vion alone was able to destroy an impregnable fortress in one night. Having delivered everything to the city, the feudal lord was not satisfied with the amount of weapons that remained. He noted that the losses were much greater. He asked the boy to take care of finding the missing weapon as quickly as possible before it went too far. He also ordered his guard to gather a group of people to help in the search and transportation of weapons. Mukyan was additionally assigned to accompany 10 guys who would soon arrive with a new batch of weapons. When he returned home, the boy was met by a girl and her little daughter. They were very happy to see him back. The girl threw herself into his arms and said that she missed him and that he had been gone for a very long time. He stroked her head in response and asked why she wasn't sleeping, since it was already late at night. The girl clarified that the child had been waiting for him the whole time and asking about him, and then suggested that they go and have dinner. She asked them to sit at the table and wait a little. She would set the table right away. The girl pulled the guy into the room. After this, the faction's business went uphill. Although they suffered losses, the bandits were completely routed and they made money from transporting goods. The situation soon changed so much that there was practically not a single bandit left near the town. 3 years passed. Two horses were racing through the forest at great speed, and a boy and a girl were riding on one of them. The guy shouted after the girl that if she continued at this pace, they would hardly get there in one piece. Mukyan sat on a rock in the same forest and meditated quietly. It had become very quiet lately, so he could devote time to training. But his calm was interrupted by the silhouette of a horse and a cry that rang out in front of him. The girl held tightly to the saddle. It was Lin, the little girl who had grown up. The boy noticed that her riding skills had improved. The girl, almost an adult, smiled and said that she had just arrived from the nearest village. As she began to dismount from her horse, she asked him to look at what she had recently learned. She demonstrated a series of powerful punches and several martial arts moves, doing it quite well. The guy was amused by this and asked in surprise where Lin had learned to do this. The girl didn't really answer. She just said that she picked it up from passers-by and asked if he liked it. In response, he simply stroked her head and added that not long ago she was a baby, but now she had grown a lot. At that moment, a young man who had come for the girl had already arrived. He greeted the gentleman and said that he needed to return to the city. Upon returning to the city, Mukyan was met by a man who brought important news. He began by saying that the central headquarters was delighted with the boy's achievements. He then handed him a document stating that he now held the position of Great White General of the Thousand Wolves Society. Mukyan realized that this was Renji's location, which meant that he was assigned there. The feudal lord had also already been informed of this news and welcomed the guy with a new position. He noted that it was unusual to hear him speak formally, but he understood that he was now higher in rank. The guy asked the envoy when he should arrive at the central headquarters and received the answer, in 2 months. He thought to himself that he was still glad to return to the center, but first he needed to put things in order here. He also realized that before leaving, he should take care of his loved ones and give them gifts. After some time, Mukyan was already showing Lin their new, huge, and beautiful house, adding that she was already an adult and could choose her own room. Her mother was very surprised and asked why such an expensive gift, since he had already given them a lot. He handed her the documents for the house and money for living expenses, asking her to take them, but the girl refused. He added that his daughter still had to get married, and he needed to live on something, because tomorrow he was setting off on a journey. He also clarified that he does not think they will be able to meet again, but he will hope. The girl was surprised by what she heard, and asked why he was leaving so suddenly, without telling anyone before. She burst into tears and said that she was never able to repay him for the help he had given her. The guy approached Lin, stroked her head as usual, and said that he was leaving on a long trip, asking her to obey her mother. He clarified that she could do whatever she wanted, but asked her not to be lazy and to help around the house. The girl smiled and said that she would definitely become stronger, perhaps even stronger than him. Mukyan was also a little upset, but he understood that his path was different. He noted that he hoped that if they met again, she would surprise him. Soon the guy arrived at his destination and immediately went to meet Renji. He was glad to see the man, expressed his respect to him by folding his hands and greeting him. He in turn smiled and noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. He also said that he had heard rumors that the guy had become much stronger. He then continued that it was time to learn the Thousand Wolf Society's strongest technique and lead the warriors as the Great White General. The guy said that he could easily handle it and was ready to follow all instructions right now. However, his expectations were not met. He observed the training of troops and noted that it was simply deadly boring. One of the squad leaders did not understand the guy and asked him again what he meant, but Mukyan only said not to take his words into account. He then continued that the best warriors were gathered here and they trained hard every day to perform various tasks, and if necessary, enter into battle. Mukyan thought that they had been doing the same thing for a very long time, and he wanted to get out of here and do his own training. He told the commander that next time he would train them himself, which caused a little confusion in the commander. The commander noted that this was against the rules, because if a real battle suddenly began, they would not be able to coordinate properly with the guy. But Mukyan, sighing, said that in that case, the commander would still lead them into battle himself, and he would simply follow. At that moment, an idea came to him that would allow him to devote more time to solo training. Renji regularly made his rounds and observed how the process was going. He also checked with the monks how the boy was doing. At that time, the fighters were training, and he noticed something, deciding to check if he was imagining it. He approached the so-called general and grabbed him by the hair, which caused confusion among everyone present. The man pulled off his wig with his hand and saw the squad leader standing in front of him. He was very excited, realizing that the general's plan had failed. Renji was very angry at the attempt at deception. He grabbed the wig tightly and asked where Mukyoung was. He ordered all the fighters to quickly line up, which they did immediately. He carefully examined their faces, trying to understand what was happening. Veins were already starting to appear on his face from anger, and he shouted loudly, repeating his question about the general. At that time, Mukyoung himself was training hard, and was very happy that he managed to find time for it. He noted that, as he thought, solo training was much more effective, and he got much more benefit from it. But his joy was interrupted by the crash and flying wooden objects, which were broken by strong blows. The man angrily shouted the boy's name and demanded to know why he was there and what kind of circus he was putting on. The boy replied that he was studying here alone, which made Renji even more irritated. He asked him if he considered training himself more important than training an entire army, and demanded an immediate answer. Mukyoung remained calm. He folded his hands, bowed slightly, and said that this was what he thought. The big guy calmed down a little, but he didn't understand the opinion of the newly appointed general, since he was the one who should be responsible for the army. After a short silence, Renji calmly told him to draw his sword. The boy didn't immediately understand what he meant. However, the man was serious and had already begun to pull out his huge steel blade. The energy of fury raged around his sword. He ordered Mukyoung to immediately draw his sword and get ready. The guy thought to himself that the situation had hurt him, but he said out loud that he would carry out the order. Renji demanded fewer words and added that if Mukyoung showed himself well, then perhaps he would forgive him. The guy started to take out his blade, which emitted incredible blue energy. He was sure that he would be able to show himself. He also realized that he had not done this for many years, and he was full of strength, ready for any outcome. The boy remembered his teacher, who said that he would do everything possible to bring him to Tom's level. A picture popped into his head. As soon as he arrived, he was shown a mountain waterfall that he had to break with one blow of his sword. Renji was shocked when he saw this energy. He couldn't believe that an ordinary guy who had been missing for a long time could produce it. In his mind, he asked himself, was this the full power of the sword, which only a few people had ever managed to achieve? Mukyoung drew his blade fully, gathered his strength, and was ready for the man's further instructions. After waiting a little, he changed his expression and said that in that case, he would start first. The guy headed towards the man and delivered the first but very powerful blow. The collision of two energies caused an explosive wave. Renji was no less skilled, so he was able to repel the attack and was ready to show his full power. He shouted at the boy not to get cocky and delivered his fastest counterattacking blow. The man said that this was too much, and now he would show the true power of his sword. Releasing a truly powerful energy, he continued that he would demonstrate a technique capable of demolishing 10 fortresses. He swung his blade with incredible force. It looked like the blood of a heavenly dragon flowing. You need to hone your skills until you're blue in the face in order to use them to crush your enemies, to improve yourself, and to overcome death. There is no other way. Strength, energy, harmony between a warrior and his weapon. That is what real martial art is. Then the man realized that he was losing. Mukyoung skillfully used the sword command and began to cut the opponent's blade. Renji knew that this technique wasn't that easy to stop, and when performed by the boy, it was practically impossible. In his eyes, he momentarily imagined death and a blue blade that would completely cut through his body. But then the guy suddenly stopped, as if nothing had happened, and began to put his weapon back in place. The man nervously asked what had happened, since he had practically lost and all that was left was to finish the job. Mukyoung bowed again and paid his respects, saying that he was very impressed with the man's techniques and that it was a good lesson. He then thanked him for the battle and the knowledge he had gained, but asked how he could atone for his guilt. Reiji put his fist to his beard and thought for a moment, noting that he didn't expect the guy to be that strong. He turned around and started to leave, adding that, as he had promised, he might not be present at the general training. The guy stayed put and expressed gratitude for understanding, but the man didn't really have a choice. He just left. However, he could not accept defeat. On his way, he even knocked down a thick wooden support with one blow. All this time, a raven was watching what was happening. It was not just a bird, but a messenger who immediately flew away with information. The founder of the cult was already waiting for the messenger at his estate, expecting interesting news from him. Having heard about what was happening, he was convinced that it was not in vain that he decided to check the situation, and the news really turned out to be valuable. Then Diren noted that things had taken an interesting turn and ordered that Mukyan be invited to a meeting with him. Shortly after this, the guy arrived to the founder of the cult, greeted him, and began to wait for further instructions. The founder spoke up, noting that rumors had reached him that the boy had become a true martial artist, perhaps even more. He then added that he had called Mukyan here to discuss his future plans, and snapped his fingers as a sign. The young man, standing with his back to the room, turned around and addressed Mukyan, telling him that he had heard about him a long time ago, when he single-handedly defeated a flock of creatures. But recently it became known that, it turns out, the guy secretly, after training in the mountains, gradually accumulated strength in the central headquarters. He then clarified that their organization had grown significantly, and they had even managed to create new guilds, but this had led to conflict. The guy asked what kind of conflict they were talking about, to which he received the answer that it was about the commanding clan, which he had never heard of. The founder's man explained that there were only 200 people in the clan, but their master was one of the 5 rulers and 3 emperors. A great master who has reached the Talma level is known as the Thunder King of Lightning Sword. He then went on to point out that if they left things as they were, there was a good chance that this man would start interfering in their affairs. So they have a so-called request for the guy that they can't refuse: kill him. He explained that if Mukyan dealt with this man, everyone would understand that their organization was capable of eliminating one of the 5 rulers and 3 emperors. Diren also added to the conversation by saying that he would allocate 4 more strong masters for this mission. The guy bowed and said that he would complete the task, but as for additional people, there was no need for that, which surprised the founder. Mukyan once again confidently repeated that he could handle this task alone and did not need help. Soon, he went on a mission and found himself in the forest. A strange rustling sound was heard in the bushes nearby. It was a group of people with weapons who were intently searching for something or someone, and judging by their words, they had been doing this for more than one day. A girl in their company noted that perhaps their target had died several years ago, and they were still walking around in circles. Then, opening a portrait of the wanted man, she said that she was taking part in the search because of the reward, but the case seemed completely hopeless to her. The man from the gang suddenly noticed the light of a fire nearby and a guy sitting next to it, which attracted his attention. He clarified that there was someone sitting there and suggested that we go over and question this person. Perhaps he was a local. Coming closer, he immediately apologized for interrupting the rest, to which the answer was that everything was fine. The man continued by saying that they were not bandits, but they needed to be asked some very important questions. Taking the portrait from the girl, he showed it to the guy and clarified that they were looking for a man who had once committed a massacre nearby. Mukyan slowly removed his hood, looked at the portrait, and said that he had never seen this man. The guests offered him a drink, to which he graciously accepted, not realizing that the wanted man was sitting right in front of them. The older man also apologized for their initial suspicion of him. They continued drinking. He noted that Mukyan was a good guy and suggested that they have another drink, since they had good alcohol. The guy thanked him and agreed, casually asking about the man depicted in the portrait. In response, he told him that he was a criminal murderer who had committed a massacre and eliminated a very important person. He also added that the son of the head of an important organization was killed, and now his father is paying huge amounts of money to catch the killer. He then explained that it was because of the promised reward that they were continuing the search even after so many years. The guy noted that the task was not easy, and with this information, it would not be easy to find out anything. But one of the mercenaries hugged him and said that today he heard a detailed description of the killer, so everything would change soon. He thought for a moment, as he was already drunk, and began to say that he was dressed in black clothes with a hood. Then he added that he had a sword with a blade about 70 centimeters long and a handle about 30 long. He He continued that he had long hair and a very cold look, which made Mukyayan smile a little. The whole company immediately stared at the guy, realizing that they had done something stupid, and their target was sitting right in front of them. One of the guys immediately screamed and grabbed his sword in a fit of passion, intending to complete the task. But the elderly man stopped him and ordered everyone to freeze, not to make any sudden movements, and especially not to attack. Mukyan, in turn, did not even take up arms. He sat calmly and finished the alcohol poured for him. After that, he thanked them for reminding him of the old situation because it was so long ago that he had even forgotten. The man nervously replied that he thanked him for saving their lives and that he could ask for whatever he wanted. The guy clarified that, in fact, if they hadn't offered him a drink and been so kind, he would have killed them all. The boys were surprised that their master was so afraid. He explained that they had no idea how strong he was. He wondered how the customer could have made such a mistake and assumed that he had deliberately hidden the boy's strength level. Mukyan interrupted their conversation and said that he would not hurt anyone, but they would have to do something for rehabilitation. The old man asked what exactly they wanted from them, since they were just ordinary mercenaries and only he himself had ever possessed combat skills. The guy started saying that he was going to take part in a duel and that they probably knew his opponent. He continued by explaining that this was the Lightning Sword Thunder King and asked if the name meant anything to them. They were shocked. The master clarified that this was indeed the same king and that the guy was aware of his power, but was still looking for a meeting. He didn't answer this. He just said that he wasn't a local and didn't know the way, so their mission was to guide him. The guys waited for the master's answer, not really understanding what to do, since this was the first time something like this had happened to them. The man didn't really have a choice. He understood that only this would save their lives, and said that they were ready to see the guy off. In the morning, they set off, but on the way, Mukyan noticed something was wrong and abruptly stopped his horse. The old man noticed this and asked why he was standing there and if something had happened. After waiting a bit, the guy shouted for everyone to come out. The others didn't really understand what he was talking about. Then, out of nowhere, the silhouettes of 4 people flashed by. They were so fast that they didn't even understand where they came from. They were masters from the cult. They immediately approached Mukyan, greeted him and bowed. One of them said they were sent from the center to help him in a critical situation. The guy looked at them carefully and told them to go back. He could handle it alone. The guys clarified that they had orders not to leave him, so they couldn't just leave. Mukyan realized that they would not retreat and told them to follow him, but ordered them not to do anything without his permission. In response, they unanimously said that they obeyed his orders and he could rely on them. The mercenaries noticed that they moved incredibly fast, real pros. If they considered the guy their master, then he must be very strong. After some time, they almost reached their destination. The king's residence was behind the mountain. The king himself had already been informed of the arrival of the guests, and he ordered the servants to go out to meet them and, as expected, bring them to him. He was a stately man of about 30. He understood everything perfectly and was prepared for any outcome. When they approached the entrance, they were already met and led inside, which caused surprise, because in fact they had come to kill each other. The king smiled, said not to be surprised, and suggested that they go into the courtyard since they had already arrived there. The old man wondered who this person was, after all. The Thunder King Lightning Sword couldn't possibly be that young. The cult guards were perplexed. What was their new general thinking? Why was he delaying the battle? They wondered why he just walked inside and didn't do anything. What if there was a trap? The king was calm and greeted the guests with tea, explaining that it was a rare variety that he treasured very much. He poured a mug for Mukyan and asked him to try it. He, in turn, also expressed his gratitude for the reception. The man noted that, judging by the way the boy drinks tea, he is a real country bumpkin and, apparently, was not taught manners as a child. In response, he said that he thought absolutely right, and that he had not been trained to do such a thing. He was a loner, and such company was not for him. The king said that the guy was an interesting person, and you couldn't tell that he had come for his head. Mukyan tensed up a little, but calmly replied that he was just following his master's orders. But the man interrupted him, asked him to calm down, and asked how that tea tasted to him. The guy replied that it was indeed delicious, but he preferred alcohol. The old man watched the painting from the side, still looking at the king, and could not believe that a man who looked to be barely in his 30s had achieved such a rank. However, he also noted that when one reached high ranks, one could practice a technique that preserved youth. So perhaps this one had used it. The men asked their master if they should stay here any longer, since they had only been asked to escort the guy here. But they were served food, and they said that they agreed to stay a little longer, since they could not offend the host. The man asked them to just shut up, because they had already splattered their saliva all over the food. At this time, many people began to enter the main entrance of the estate. They were very neatly dressed, and some were armed. One of the men greeted everyone and addressed the king as his father, saying that they had been summoned and were ready to carry out the instructions. The guard from the center realized that all these people were masters from the Cover clan, and if things continued like this, they might get into trouble. The king told the boys to come in and explained that he had called them to listen to a conversation that might be useful to them in the future. He also told Mukyayan that he had a question and asked what the sword meant to him. The guy undoubtedly replied that the sword was just a sword, a type of weapon, and asked why he was asking obvious questions. The man laughed at his answer and noted that it seemed he had finally found a worthy interlocutor. The king's son listened to the conversation and could not understand who this man was, casually talking to his father. Had he also reached the level of a master? The king continued to say that to become a master of the sword, one needs something. He asked the boy what he thought should be in the heart for such a thing. He replied that he had two options. The second answer was to forget about everything. You could say that too. The man liked the answer, but he wanted to know even more what the first option was, to which the guy replied that this was already the secret of his technique, and he continued that it was unlikely that anyone would recognize him. He was not planning to recruit students. He would improve it until old age, and then die. The king noted that he was an amazing man and asked him to at least tell him the name of his secret technique. Musankom is the highest sword technique that Mukyayan created himself. He gave its name. The man was touched by the title, but he added that one needs to see it in action to confirm what was said above. Standing up from the table, his eyes became completely different. He confidently said that it was time to start the battle. In the large arena where training usually took place, today there were only 2 warriors. They were very strong and ready to destroy each other. The king took out his blade and noted that he had not taken it out of its sheath for a very long time, which meant that today was a special day. Mukyayan noted that the sword looks amazing and has a very sinister energy about it, just what you need for such a sword. He also asked what his name was, to which he received the answer that he was called the greatest king of swords. The man also added that at first he did not accept his true nature, but over time he got used to it and gave him this name. The boy showed his blade and said that he called it Black Soul, and unlike the greatest king, it was just an ordinary sword. The master was calm. He noted that he wanted to see what the 2 of them were capable of. He also addressed his son. He was alarmed because he understood that his father had not fought for a long time, and his opponent was quite strong, since everything was happening like this. The man said that he was going to start a duel, and if he was killed today, then his son should boldly take revenge, because it was just a duel. Then he turned to his student and said that if he were to die, he would like the greatest king to be his. The boy was surprised. He replied that he could not dare to take him away, since he was only a student. But the king said that his skill was still far from perfect, but his energy and desire for life reminded him of himself in his youth. Turning to his opponent, he apologized for keeping him waiting so long and expressed his readiness. He took a stance and indicated that he would attack first. His blade was incredibly beautiful and sparkled in the sun. The guy replied that in that case he would use the death hands technique because it was good for defense. The master was amazed. It was the first time he had seen someone use this technique in this particular style. Mukyayan also added that he would be performing a technique from the 4th chapter, 3rd paragraph of the book from which he studied martial arts. But before he could finish speaking, the king was already rushing forward with his blade and in a second had closed in on his enemy. The boy managed to block the blow. The 2 energies clashed again to test their skills, It was not an easy task. The king clarified that since he was able to reflect his technique, then he would use the Black Dragon Power technique. He immediately attacked the guy. On the battlefield, yellow and blue energies collided, fighting each other along with their masters. It even caused some explosions. Everyone who was watching nearby jumped back a little and covered their faces from the flying stones and dust. Mukyan stood firmly on his feet and thought that he was almost caught. This could be his last defense, but then a voice behind him said that this was far from the end. The king skillfully swung his blade towards the guy's head. However, he stood his ground and, like a fortress, repelled all attacks, even though they were incredibly fast. It's time to attack. Chapter 3, Paragraph 1. The commanding sword technique, strong energy and fast attacks. The man smiled. The boy stopped his technique with the commanding sword and hit him even harder with each passing second. Taking a stance that looked like something more than just a normal technique, he demonically asked how the boy would respond to that. But this was immediately followed by a swift attack from Mukyan, his blade shining like never before, ready to win. The events happened too quickly. The audience did not have time to notice all the moments. The old man noted that he knew about their incredible power, but he also added that he hadn't realized how big it was. He didn't believe it was possible, and thought they were lucky the guy didn't kill them right then. The battlefield became a little clearer. Mukyan jumped very high and prepared his new attack, a secret technique from above. The king raised his head and looked at him attentively. He noted that since reaching the level of Talma, no one had been able to cross blades with him. He thought to himself how strong the guy was, and what else was hidden behind this simpleton. He grabbed the handle from below and with a pushing motion raised the blade. As he shouted something about the power of the flying dragon, his sword, as if controlled by energy, flew upwards at a rapid pace. Mukyan was surprised by this technique, as he had never seen anything like it before. But he reacted quickly and knew what to do. Chapter 3, Paragraph 2. Commanding Sword Energy. The black soul flew straight to its target. Their magnificent blades met in midair and rushed downwards, creating a huge hole in the stone slabs. The king was no longer so calm, but rather amazed by the number of secret techniques this guy knew. Mukyan was heading down. His weapon was his hand. Chapter 4, Paragraph 1. The Deadly Technique, Tongan. The man looked up and realized that he had been distracted for only a second, and that the other man had actually decided to strike with his bare hands. A field of smoke rose above them. From the outside, one might have thought that this was the end, because the blow hit the target with incredible force. But the king managed to dodge at the last moment thanks to his experience and technique. He was like a saber-toothed tiger. He thought that he should have been more careful, and immediately hid when he heard the name of the technique, because a little more, and he wouldn't have made it in time. The guy was already preparing his next attack. Chapter 2. First paragraph. He was accumulating some energy between his hands. It was a secret technique known only to a few. The man was even a little horrified. He thought that he would attack immediately and with such a technique. Technique, Dragon Hurricane! Mukyan, like a dragon, advanced on the enemy, burning him with blue flames from his hands. The king managed to dodge this blow, too. He said that it was strange after all. He thought he knew everyone in the area. However, he did not understand how it happened that he was now competing for supremacy with this stranger. He could not even think about it. Smiling, he added that the world is actually very amazing, and he is happy about it. The guy stood there and gathered strength in his fist. Streams of wind seemed to surround him, lifting everything around him. The man realized what kind of technology it was, and realized that things were getting really serious. He decided to attack first, also with his bare hands, with a charge of yellow lightning, cutting everything around. At the final point, all the energy flew around in a violent stream, creating the appearance of a fatal blow. Mukyan was already behind the enemy. Chapter 4, Paragraph 1. The new Tongan was already ready to hit the target, but as soon as he approached the target, a void immediately appeared in front of him. His opponent seemed to have disappeared. The guy was a little surprised, but he was prepared for this. After all, he was not up against an ordinary master, but a great sword king. In this state, he was able to repel almost all attacks. but he had very little strength left. The man noted that he had managed to avoid all fatal wounds. Besides, he really didn't care anymore. In response, the guy smiled and said that their feelings were mutual. In that case, he suggested continuing. He, of course, agreed, since there was no choice. Someone had to die. He reached down and picked up the fallen leaf. He walked slowly towards his opponent, saying that they were not finished yet. He also said that he was impressed and that he was completely confident that the guy would cope. At that moment, the leaf began to turn into a spare blade. The man said that he now intended to fight with all his might, and with a sharp movement of his hand, he swung the leaf as if it were the sharpest sword. The guy quickly dodged, and the king noted that he had perfect reaction. One could even envy him. Mukyan smiled and said that he was flattered, and advised him to focus on the battle itself, not on words. They continued to strike one blow after another, spending their strength and showing off their techniques that they had learned over the years. Here the king raised a leaf from the tree upwards and applied another technique. The energy of light began to accumulate around his hand, forming some kind of image. It was a technique called white dragon power. The energy, resembling a dragon in shape, quickly flowed upward. The guy was very surprised by this. In principle, this could be seen very rarely. Not many are capable of it, and they use it even more rarely. After a long takeoff, this dragon just as quickly headed straight for the enemy, in the hope of dealing with him. But he just stood and looked up, noting that it looked very beautiful, one might even say magnificent. The man didn't understand why he wasn't dodging, and couldn't believe that he wanted to take the full force of the white dragon on himself. Chapter 1, Paragraph 4, Defense. The guy was confident in his abilities and did nothing but follow the polished instructions. The surge of energy, the explosion, the wind, the shaking of the earth, all of this could be seen at that moment. The king's son was glad. He was sure that the boy had not dodged the blow, and the victory was in his father's pocket. But his joy was quickly cut short when the smoke cleared and a warrior stood before him with clenched fists, fully prepared. Everyone thought that this was unrealistic and couldn't happen, but apparently not for this master. The king himself was also surprised, but precisely because Mukyan did not have a scratch after one of the most powerful techniques, the highest technique of mastering the sword and your body. Truly, the highest. This technique, unlike others, is very difficult to master, but effective in combat. Tired of the competition, the man asked with a grin how it was that no one knew about him, to which the guy again replied that he was being flattered, and that he would be better off concentrating on something else. And again there followed a series of blows from one side and the other, as if two animals were fighting for their lives. They put in all their strength and effort, but not for the sake of life, but for the sake of victory and confirmation of their mastery. The man noted that he had one last technique left. While the enemy blocked the sword strike, he would strike with the scabbard. The guy jumped in with another attack, which was what the master was expecting. He took a stance and was ready to block it, holding the scabbard in his other hand and pushing off hard with his foot. He thought this was his last chance. And putting a different force into this blow, the force of the black dragon, he sharply moved the scabbard towards the enemy. But Mukyan had foreseen all this. Chapter 2, Paragraph 3. Now he was in an advantageous position. With his right hand, he performed the wind of destruction technique. The king could not avoid this blow. Blood poured out of his mouth. This technique not only hits from the outside, but also goes through all the organs inside. The cult masters were shocked. They did not believe that this was the end, and they screamed loudly. The man himself understood that things were bad. This technique was able to injure not only his body, but also completely deprive him of his stance and the ability to use techniques. The guy was already ready to finish his duel. Lowering his bloody face, the king realized that he could no longer defend himself. He was defeated. The decisive blow was already aimed at his body. In his eyes, he saw only a blue glow. After what he had experienced, the king was on his knees, and from his lips came a quiet voice that he was grateful for this meeting. He also added that if he hadn't appeared, he would never have been able to fight an opponent of such a level, and asked the guy for his name. Mukyan did not give his name. He said that he could be known as the Lord of Dark Energy. The man addressed him by this name and said that he had one last request, that he not touch his students. He also addressed them and clarified that until they found at least 5 masters of his level, They should not even think about revenge. Tears appeared in the eyes of the eldest son. The father hoped that he would cope well with the family and replace him. As he began to collapse from exhaustion, he also said that he was grateful for the opportunity to fight a man who had reached such a level. Having already fallen, the man quietly said that this was the best event in his life, and he was glad of such a death. The students watched this, were very angry and ready to deal with it right now. They shouted threats and prepared to attack. Saying how dare he kill their teacher, they attacked Mukyan from behind, expecting blood revenge. The son exclaimed that they had just made a promise to his father and demanded that they stop immediately. The guy understood what was about to happen and noted that he was sorry that he would have to break his promise. He didn't want that. Having killed 2 of the boys, he turned to the others and suggested that they think before they decided to attack. The girl from the clan shouted at him to shut up. No one asked him, and rushed into battle with the others. The king's son realized what was about to happen. He ordered the younger one to take his father's sword, run away quickly, and report the current situation. He also understood that a man who had achieved such mastery and killed his father could destroy them all in a few minutes. The younger one started running, and they shouted after him that he should not stop under any circumstances, since most likely he would be the only one to survive. Mukyan noticed this and said that he would follow him and kill him anyway, to which the eldest son replied that he would not go anywhere and rushed into battle himself. The people who came with the boy were already chasing the boy, so there was no way to stop. He ran with all his might. The mercenaries, who had been watching the whole scene until now, discussed what was happening and whispered what they should do now. The old man noted that they were in this up to their ears in any case, so if they tried to escape, they would most likely die. Having killed all the clan members, the guy noticed a slightly open door in one of the buildings. He understood that someone was hiding there. Opening the door, he saw 2 children. The boy was holding a wooden sword and anxiously telling him not to come near. A little girl was hiding behind him. The boy asked the young man if he was also the king's disciple, to which he received the answer that he was his grandson, and that a servant was standing behind him. Mukyan smiled and said that he hoped he would grow up to be as strong as his grandfather. The cult people came to the boy. They reported that the boy had escaped and began apologizing to the general. Tom didn't like it at all. He noted that with such skills, it would be better not to send them here. Then he approached the mercenaries and asked them to go to the agency that had promised a reward for him and hand over something, pouring a handful of stones into the old man's palm. The king's grandson stood motionless and did not understand what to do. The boy told him to become a strong warrior and they would meet again. Having given their men the order to leave, they quickly left the estate, having completed their task 100%. The old man from the mercenaries noted that this young guy managed to escape, thereby helping to save their lives, which raised questions among the others. He explained that when such a massacre occurs, they kill everyone so that no one knows. But since one escaped, there was no point in killing them. By evening, the boy who had managed to escape had already reached his destination. As he entered the estate, he shouted for everyone to quickly prepare for the attack. The guys standing guard started asking what happened. He only asked where his brother was and told everyone to get ready. The man woke up and saw Kai, that was the boy's name, and asked what happened and why he was screaming so much. Kai told the man that the teacher had died, which left him in shock as he had just gotten out of bed. As he began to dress, he said that he had not even heard that the teacher was ill and asked how this had happened. Having received the answer that he was killed during the battle, the first question that interested him was who could have killed such a great master. The boy said that he called himself the Master of Dark Energy. He was a great master, and his father was proud that he had the chance to fight such an opponent. And he added that he left a will not to take revenge for his death under any circumstances, which caused even more misunderstanding in the man. Kai, with fear in his eyes, said reverently that he had killed everyone who was there. He was a great master who could only be heard of in legends, and he continued that they needed to get ready. They also asked him where his older brother was, to which he replied that he was also dead. The man ordered that everything this warrior had spoken to his father be written down in detail, and for now, that is all that is required. Mukyan arrived to the founder of the cult. He was immediately thanked for the task he had completed and told that he had done well. However, the founder was curious as to why he chose to duel rather than simply kill him alone. Sitting on the throne, he waited for an answer. The guy specified that meeting a master of such a level is a chance that comes once in a lifetime, so that's why he decided to do it this way. This made Diren smile. He began to say that if he was expecting to meet the strongest, he paused for a moment. He then asked the boy if he thought he had the strength to defeat the founder of the cult himself. In response, he smiled and began to say that we could try if the founder, of course, agreed to fight. He liked this answer. He immediately noted that the guy was very arrogant. After this, Diren tried to hit the guy, to which he immediately reacted and parried it. The founder did not even have time to understand how it happened, with only internal energy, without weapons. He said it was crazy. Although if the guy decided to kill one of the three emperors, it's not surprising. He then continued that there was one offer for him, the post of deputy to the founder of the cult, if, of course, he did not claim more. Mukyan replied that if he had more free time, he would of course agree. Diren clarified that it would be enough, since the deputy has no direct subordinates except for personal security guards. The guy agreed, but set one condition, that the guards not be masters of the demonic cult. They got down to business. The founder specified that he would need to make a new sword from good steel using the Juwanjigi technique. They say that if you work on a sword with this technique, it will only suit its owner. He believes that such a sword will give solidity. He also turned to the guy because he forgot to ask him, does he know how to play a board game called Go? He replied that he only knew how to play chess, but perhaps he should learn to find a common language. Diren smiled at such ambitions and clarified that in that case, he would probably also learn to play chess. He also thought that it wouldn't take Mukyan much time, and in the meantime, he gave him stones for playing Go. Coming out after the conversation, the guy realized that he was already the deputy of the cult, one of the highest positions in the district. But for him, it was not so. He considered this position worthless and wanted more. Also, the house he was placed in was very similar to the one he had lived in before, and this brought back memories. He was curious about how the girl he met was doing, but his thoughts were interrupted by the words that the guy was unrecognizable. He immediately understood whose voice it was. He had heard it for many years. It was his teacher, Lee. He said that time really flies, and here he is already the deputy founder of the cult. Additionally, noting that they had not seen each other for a long time, the man suggested having a glass of alcohol and chatting. The guy was very happy and, of course, agreed. They had a good evening and discussed a lot of what had happened. The next day, the guards came to see him. They apologized for disturbing him, but Mukyan was very surprised. Before him stood his first group, with whom they had once fought against the cult of Asu. They expressed their obedience and readiness for orders. He noted that he did not expect them to be his guards, and said that no one had changed much since then. Mira clarified that it is all thanks to the ability to control inner strength, which is why they look so young. Since there are 4 of them, the boy decided to call them the 4 warriors. He also ordered them to pick nicknames and stop using their names. He said that he would personally train everyone in martial arts and asked them to try to grow in skill faster. In the evening, the founder was having a conversation. His interlocutor specified that he had acquired a good pawn in the person of his deputy. Diren clarified that he had created a rule for his subordinates not to approach him with a sword, but he had made an exception for him. The boy's courage struck him dead, and he thought that this was a really good acquisition. In response, the boy said that no matter how good a horse was, it would be of no use if it did not obey its owner. The cult founder said that he preferred to play Go instead of chess, and asked him if he knew why. In Go, the longer the game goes on, the more pawns you have. Just like in the martial arts world, they are all connected. And the most important reason why he loves this game is that in chess, you can move the pawns any way you want. But in his favorite game, you can't do that. Wherever he puts them, there they will remain. The next day, the new deputy had already begun training his guards. The first task, as expected, was to attack him. The guys were doing their best and trying their best. Mukyan was just reading the information. Who was capable of what? They also tried to work together and create the effect of surprise. While some were distracting, The girl wanted to strike from above. The guy noted that it was not bad, but far from the level it should be. He quickly dodged, but they were unable to get close to him and did not understand how to do so. He thought his guards were too weak to be called a personal guard and wondered if they had been sent to him on purpose. The training ended. The deputy said that from tomorrow on, everyone would visit him in turn, and he would give each of them half an hour. Mukyan decided to visit the library of the demon cult. It was large. There were many books with various techniques, but despite their number, he believed that they had no value. They looked different from each other, but in essence the same thing was written everywhere. Here, all the techniques are based on witchcraft. But if the opponent is good at martial arts, then they don't work. He was thinking about how he could continue training, since he had already surpassed the demonic cult masters, and all the tasks were child's play. But he was interrupted. It was Kaito, who had come to train. But Mukyan seemed uninterested. The guy asked what was going on. The deputy asked his new security guard what, in his opinion, could be insurmountable for a person. He thought for a moment and replied that there was a pine forest on the southern side, and suggested counting all the needles of these pines. It was said that this method was used in Shaolin to punish a disobedient monk. There was a strong wind and thousands of trees in those forests. For an ordinary person, in his opinion, this is an impossible task. Although the wind does not blow in their forest, there are more than 3,000 pine trees here. He also added that, according to legend, everyone who went there could not leave the forest and died of old age. The guy said that in that case the task was really impossible for an ordinary person, and it was worth trying. Arriving in the forest, he assessed the height of the trees. They were much higher than he imagined, but he decided to begin. He counted one needle after another, and noticed that a very good memory was needed here, at least to simply not get lost. In addition, excellent martial arts skills were required, because if he accidentally stepped in the wrong place, the needles could fall and the number on the branch would change. Having climbed to the top, the boy saw that the forest was really huge, and now he understood why the monks could not get out of something like this. He also thought that perhaps this was where the limit of martial arts mastery lay. But a scream began to come from below. It was the boy again. He was calling his master because the blacksmith had asked to meet him right away. Arriving at the forge, the huge man immediately fell to his knees and began to ask for forgiveness for not being able to satisfy the master. Mukyan asked what was the matter. The blacksmith continued that he could not raise his head from shame and would now tell everything. He spoke of wanting to make a good sword, as he had asked, but it seemed he had made something that was not at all suitable. The guy clarified that since the sword was already made, it needed to be looked at, and it didn't matter whether it was good or bad. Thinking that the sword was indeed defective, the man fearfully handed the blade over to the cult's deputy. He made a couple of swings, saw nothing wrong, and said that the sword was in principle good and without flaws. Also, having carefully examined it from all sides, he asked the blacksmith what exactly was defective in this blade. The blacksmith replied that he didn't know why, but the energy of good and evil was completely mixed, and the sword became somehow incomprehensible. Mukyan didn't really understand this in words, so he called the boy and the man to follow him to a place to check it out. They approached the mountain, and the master went towards it with the sword to find out how powerfully this blade could strike. The guy began to aim and accumulate his incredible mixed energy in his hand, smoothly flowing into the weapon. He struck the rock with a huge wave using the Jin-Ma-Kin technique. The blacksmith couldn't believe it because energies should be at odds with each other. Leaving a huge hole in the rock, as if it had been drilled with a large drill, Mukyan said that in his opinion, the sword was good. The man realized he was wrong and started talking about energy. He realized that the cult's deputy possessed two energies at the same time. His body contains the energy of both good and evil, so the sword he made shone with both at the same time, and allowed the owner to control it. The blacksmith also presented another item, and asked him to take the dagger that came with the sword. The name of this dagger is Mukenbi. It was made of strong steel, inferior to the sword only in size. The boy approved of the name. The new Mukyan with Mukenbi, he thought, chuckling slightly. Returning home and looking at the roof of the house, the deputy cult leader felt something was wrong, and immediately turned his attention upward. The energy of people was coming from there. There were 3 of them, and they seemed to be quite good craftsmen. From their energy, he realized that they were not his people. Mukayan suspected that many people might want to take revenge on him, or that someone had broken into the headquarters of the demonic cult. There were 2 young guys and a girl there. They also felt that someone was approaching them. The guy thought that they decided to wait for the owner of the house and decided to play along with them in their plan. As they approached, they opened up. A sword was immediately placed at the throat of the deputy founder of the cult, and an order was given to listen carefully. One of the guys told him to be quiet, as they had no plans to harm anyone without a reason. Another took the sword from the hostage and clarified that it would remain with them for now. Mukyan noticed that all 3 were injured by the demon cult's technique and realized that they were running from someone. They, in turn, without letting go of his sword, demanded that he tell them where to go to get out of the cult's territory. He replied that they had to walk 12 kilometers to get out of here. The group also asked who he was. He replied that he was a disciple of a little-known clan that was exiled after losing to a demonic cult and now lives here. They suspected that he was lying, since Mukyan emanated a specific energy inherent in the cult masters. But they still asked if he could take them out of the territory, to which the guy said he wanted to get a reward for it. They looked at each other, put away their swords, and said that they agreed. But if this was a setup, he would definitely not leave alive. While examining their wounds, the deputy noted that he had previously received some training in healing and could treat their wounds. They pointed to the girl, who was sitting silently, and asked to examine her first, as she had the most severe wounds. As he approached, he realized that this wound was familiar to him. It was caused by the use of the demon's gentle fist technique, and thanks to her mastery of Hyunmun, the wound was not fatal, and she is still alive. Also, looking at her face, he realized that it was familiar to him, but among his students, there were no ones who studied such a technique. After examining everyone, Mukyan calmly clarified that he was finished and they could move out soon. The guys didn't really trust him and kept a close eye on him, but they still thanked the guy. He also noticed that he looked at everyone, and unlike the girl, these guys did not study the Hyunmun technique. He didn't understand why, even if they were from the same clan, their internal energy was different. At this time, Mira approached the house of her teacher and master and knocked on the door, asking him to come out. The deputy quickly opened the door and said that he needed to buy groceries and painkillers, after which he quickly closed it. The girl immediately asked what had happened, and seeing people inside, she asked if those who had escaped from prison were with him. She continued that those disciples were from the Heaven's Gate clan, and the demonic cult headquarters had imprisoned 200 disciples, and some had escaped. The guy thought for a moment, and asked the girl if anyone else knew that they had come here. She replied that everyone from the demonic cult, as well as the founder Diren, were informed about this. Mukyan realized that even if the founder knew, he needed to finish quickly, but he was still wary of this girl. He also asked Mira if the Heaven's Gate clan taught their students the Hyunmun internal energy control technique. The girl replied that, as far as she knew, no, and that this technique was based on the sword control technique. The guy began to put everything in its place and remember who and when studied this technique with him and where it could have been. Looking at the girl again, he realized that this was the same adopted daughter, the little girl who had once been close to him. He thanked his student and asked her to tell the founder that he would sort everything out himself. The master realized that if this was really the girl, he could not leave her in trouble under any circumstances. Closer to the morning, they headed for the exit. Approaching the mountainside, the guys asked where they were heading. Mukyan showed them the way and the road they should follow for a couple of days, and added that then they would be safe. One of the guys thanked him, handed him the sword they had taken earlier, and apologized for the inconvenience. Taking the sword in his hands, the cult deputy's expression changed. He noted that they were not so ill-mannered. The guys noticed that his energy had changed and thought it was an ambush. But he responded that there was no need to worry and that he was not going to do anything to them. Mira was also with him. She took the box with her on instructions. The teacher ordered her to give it to the girl. He said that he had little time, so he could not prepare a good gift, and asked to accept this one. Taking out a bag of coins, he added that he was giving them to the boys. This should be enough for the journey. The girl, not understanding, asked why the unknown man they had taken hostage was giving her this. In response, he laughed, said that he had once promised her, and added that he was glad to see her. After that, he and the student disappeared. The boys didn't really understand what was happening, but the girl started to open the box. There were 2 pieces of gold jewelry in it, earrings and a pendant. Her memories immediately began to form a picture. A long time ago, in childhood, when Mukyan had just come to them, they were walking through the market, and the girl began to drag him to the shop. She saw the jewelry, shouted that it was very beautiful, and asked me to buy it for her, to which the guy replied that she was still little and would only be able to buy it for her when she grew up. He also promised that he would buy much more beautiful jewelry in the future, and then they made a deal. On the way back, Mira asked who the girl was. Mukyan told him everything and added that he had no idea that she had joined this clan. He also said that he never wanted her to have anything to do with martial arts, but his story was interrupted by Kaito, who was heading to a meeting. He said that the founder of the cult was calling the boy to him. At this time, the man, as usual, was playing Go and was angry. He said that it was nice to have a good pawn, but he continued that if she could not fulfill her role, then this pawn was no longer needed by the demonic cult. As Mukyan walked towards the cult founder, he felt an incredible aura. He realized that there were other demonic cult masters there as well. Emperor of Azure Poison, Deputy Founder of the Ink Cult, 3-headed demon Elder Asuma, Crimson Smile, Elder Mosang, the Lonely Wanderer, and the Iron Ruler Renji, the demonic flutist. Chunlong stood near the founder of the cult. He began his speech immediately with the words, "What can a guy say in his defense after what he did?" Mukyan bowed and greeted everyone, clarifying that he had his own reasons for doing so. Duren continued that he had no right to do this on his own and in this way. The guy asked the founder if he had thought about releasing the captives of the Divine Land cult and trying to negotiate peacefully. This really pissed off Elder Mosang. He started shouting that they knew better how and what to do with this cult. The founder said that they could completely destroy it by sending a couple of martial artists, and they didn't need to negotiate. Mukyan clarified that his adopted daughter was connected to this cult, to which he received the answer that he should have informed Diren first. The man also added that in any case, this is an insignificant girl, and they are not blood relatives, and more than 10 years have passed since that moment. After that, he asked the guy again if he still did not intend to obey them. The guy apologized, but stood his ground. After all, she was still his adopted daughter, and he couldn't bend the knee. Duren was very angry about this. He decided to ask if this was the final answer of the deputy founder. Hearing only silence in response, he told her to do what she had planned, since it seemed he could not correct this stubbornness. Mukyan thanked the cult founder for his mercy. The founder, in turn, said that Elder Mosang would tell him the details of the case. He also approached another cult deputy, Ink, and asked him to stay for a while. He looked at the founder and said without any emotion that, of course, he would stay and was ready to take instruction. Duren, in turn, thought that Mukyan had a very strong sense of justice, and it seemed that he would not become an obedient executor. Finally, he told the boy that if he didn't want to become a useless servant, he would have to make an effort to sort this matter out. A squad of his guards met their master. He ordered one of the boys to go to the city where he had once been and protect his adopted daughter. He then added that the rest should gather as much information as possible about the people associated with the Divine Land cult, and the sooner the better. He also said that he himself was going to this city for a month, and that during this time he needed to sort everything out. Later, he went to Elder Mosang, who began his story by telling him that the man in question was the founder of the Divine Land cult, known as the Sword of Mighty Power, Jin. He described him as a man over 6 feet tall, with a powerful build, known for never breaking his promises. That is why he can be considered a man of honor. However, the demonic cult hates him, and the reason for this is obvious. His father died tragically in a battle with a martial artist from a demonic cult. Mosang then added that when the Justice faction expelled Jin, he took 200 martial artists with him, so there was no need to let down our guard. Mukyan noted that the elder was well informed. To this, Mosang responded that he was simply doing his job, and that gathering information from the cult was his direct responsibility. Then Mukyan smiled, put his hand on his shoulder, and asked him what he thought about the peace agreement with Jin. The elder replied that it was unlikely, because if the Justice faction decided to attack the demonic cult, the Divine Land cult would inevitably submit to them. The deputy cult founder nodded and said that he understood the situation, but hoped that Mosong would make every effort to prepare for negotiations. 10 days later, 20 more martial artists were sent to this small town. On the way there, a girl nicknamed Beauty of Sound taught Mukyan how to play the zither. He was so nicknamed because he used magic through sound. She had 20 people under her command, including bodyguards, all of whom were experienced martial artists. After some time, Mukyan finally received the information he requested. His people dealt with it faster than expected. He learned that Jin always kept his word and never refused to do good deeds. This made him think that maybe he was a good person. The girl asked the deputy founder if he planned to make a peace agreement with the Divine Land cult. To this, Mukyan replied that he would first see how things would develop. He looked at the estate he had once purchased and wondered how Mama Lin was doing. It was already known that Jean wanted to take her to his place, as she was a quiet woman and made a good impression. However, she refused to marry him. Mukyan thought it was a stupid decision. He thought she should marry again and live a carefree life. But his thoughts were interrupted by a child's voice demanding to know what he was doing on the lands of the Divine Land cult. Behind him stood a small boy with a wooden sword who ordered the stranger not to move and declared that he was a spy. Mukyan noticed that the child did not speak like a commoner, and his clothes were quite expensive. In addition, although the sword was made of wood, it was very skillfully crafted. A little bored, the man decided to play along with the boy. He grinned and said that the prey was coming to him on its own. This scared the boy a little, but he still remained where he was and, clutching his sword, called Mukyan an insolent bastard. The deputy founder of the cult chuckled and said that the boy was too insolent, so he would have to be sent to another cult to teach him a lesson. He then swung his blade towards the child, but he had complete control over the blow. However, the boy instantly parried the attack, quite skillfully for his age. Mukyan actually noticed that the boy had potential. Perhaps he was the son of some important person from the Divine Land cult. But then something unexpected happened. The boy turned out to be faster than it seemed at first glance, and managed to deliver an accurate blow. The boy cried out joyfully, deciding that he had won, because in his eyes it was just a game. However, the man calmly replied that he had not even been hurt. He then made a series of quick strikes with his fingers, hitting the boy's vital points, and he fell to the ground, exhausted. The child was paralyzed for a while, and lying on the ground, screamed that it was not fair. Mukyan smiled and said that there was no room for honesty in battle, then called the boy the young offspring of the Divine Land cult. He then picked him up and carried him to a local eatery to feed him. Along the way, he warned the boy not to resist and to just enjoy the food. The boy frowned and said that he did not want to eat this food and was not hungry at all. To this, the deputy cult leader responded with a grin that if the child did not want to eat himself, he could always push food down his throat. The boy just grimaced and said that Mukyan was very dishonest. In response, the man just laughed, adding that he was much worse than just dishonest. Out of fear, the boy already agreed and began to quickly follow the instructions that were given to him. A few minutes later, the plate was empty. He said that everything was ready and now he was going home. But he also added that it was not over yet and he would return, to which Mukyan replied that of course he would be waiting for him. It was time to get back to business. They headed to Jin. At the entrance at night, as usual, there was a patrol, which was about to end. The men stood quietly, waiting for the next shift to arrive soon. But their peace was interrupted by a frightening-looking old man, who asked if this was the cult of the Divine Land. After answering, he told them to go after the founder of their cult, because they had some business with him. They were so frightened that they did not even notice how they arrived on horseback, and they said among themselves that they needed to quickly inform the founder. But from behind came a speech that there was no need for this. The man introduced himself as Jin, the founder of the cult. He revealed that he knew of their arrival due to their disgusting aura, and that he did not wish to deal with such shameless bastards. The old man asked him if he was worried about his disciples, who were now being held hostage, and asked him to think carefully. A little angry, the founder said that he should not be threatened, and he believed they had nothing more to discuss. The girl joined the conversation and asked to at least listen to what they wanted to tell him. She clarified that they, on behalf of the demonic cult, had come to hold peace talks, and that it was worth listening to them before making a decision. He was surprised, but he knew he didn't have much choice. He agreed, but demanded that only representatives go inside. Beauty of Sound thanked him, and in this uneasy atmosphere they all followed inside. There were 3 representatives of the demonic cult sitting at the table. Another man joined from the Earth cult. It was the leader of the Justice faction cult, Yan, who noted that what was happening was beyond their responsibility. He also noticed the old man. He had a dark blue aura around his hands. He realized that this was the dried blood demon Guan, and he was ranked teeth in the demon cult. And the woman sitting on the other side of the table looked as beautiful as jade. He couldn't believe that this was the same Sola, Beauty of Sound. He nevertheless decided to check with the elderly man whether he had correctly understood his guesses about who had come to visit them. He only replied, displeased but calm, that there was no point in asking if he already knew it. Yan replied that he was a little embarrassed that someone so majestic was in such an unremarkable place like this. The old man answered with a question. If there is a person here who occupies a higher position than he, then why doesn't he come here too? Yan was surprised. The TR rank in the demon cult said that this person occupied a higher position. He thought that this was most likely Elder Mosang, but he also noticed that he didn't feel that kind of demonic energy from him, and perhaps it was a new martial artist they hadn't heard of. Sola got down to business. She handed over a scroll, clarified that it contained their terms, and asked to read them. As soon as Jin was about to open the scroll, the man he invited began to say that this should not be done, because they were trying to deceive them. The girl told him not to interfere, because this was the business of the Divine Land cult and their cult, and he was here only for formality. While the man was reading the terms, she added that if he agreed, they would return all the captives safe and sound. Even before he had time to fully read it, he asked if these conditions were beneficial to the demonic cult, to which Sola replied that he should not worry about them. They then talked about the attack on their base. Jin clarified that they attacked because they believed the secret base was a refuge for mountain bandits. Also, of all the messengers from there, only 3 returned, and thanks to them, they learned that this place belongs to the demonic cult. The girl calmly replied that they did not want enmity with the Divine Land cult, but if they rejected their offer, then the demonic cult will have no choice but to completely destroy the Divine Land cult. She suggested thinking carefully. Jin asked again if they promised to return their disciples safe and sound and to adhere to all the conditions described. This time, Mukyan has already responded. He promised to maintain the demonic cult's position on this issue. The man did not understand who this guy was, as there was a different energy coming from him, but he agreed and accepted the conditions. The old man said that he congratulated the deputy founder of the cult on the successful negotiations, and that the decision to avoid unnecessary bloodshed was correct. Jin was dumbfounded by the presence of such a person here. A person capable of killing thousands of martial artists had personally come to them. Yan was also surprised that the cult had chosen a new deputy. He realized that he needed to hurry up and inform the faction and prepare. Rising from the table, Mukyan turned to the bushes behind him and said that he knew who was there, and if he showed himself, he would get a treat. That same boy was hiding there. He didn't understand how he had been discovered, but this time he believed he wouldn't let himself be deceived. It was the grandson of the cult's founder. Jin didn't understand what the boy was doing there and asked why and when he had come. The boy said that now he would be in trouble because his grandfather easily kills people like him. But at that very moment, Mukyan was already behind him and asked who was going to kill him and whether he was sure about it. He demanded that the boy tell his grandfather that he did not mean to say such a thing, and only after that would he let him go. In response, the child only screamed, demanding that he take his hands away, and declared that he would never say such a thing, calling the guy a bastard. The founder's deputy said that in that case he had no choice but to make him scream in pain. Then there was a strong push with a palm into the boy's back. He did not expect such a blow and flew to the side in an instant. Jin was angry when he heard this sound. He demanded to stop, because this boy is his grandson and he should not be treated like this. Heading towards him, shouting for him to stop, he was stopped by a woman's hand. Sola calmly asked the man to wait a bit and said that he shouldn't go there. Guan, in turn, was already behind Yan and clarified that he should also stay where he was. The man did not understand what was happening. Mukyan continued to demand that the boy scream, and if he refused, he would simply break all his bones. But he was strong and said that he would never submit to a man like Mukyan. The founder of the Earth cult was ready to join the fight. He stated that they had just finished negotiations and they were already doing this to a child. He wasn't going to stand aside. After all, how could he call himself the founder of a cult if he couldn't even protect his grandson? After shouting, he asked how much longer the guy was going to mock the child, since it had already been going on for 15 minutes. The girl told him to wait a couple more minutes and ask him not to worry, because the boy's health was not in danger. Not long after, they all saw the scene. Mukyan told the boy that he had done well and promised to guide his inner energy so that the meditation would continue. Jin, seeing this, was even more surprised. He realized that the guy was not just torturing the boy, it was some kind of technique. Mukyan told the boy that he had just mastered the free spirit cultivation technique, which would allow him to accumulate a lot of internal strength. And this technique will also give him more opportunities before he takes the first step into his spiritual realm. Sola clarified that the cult's deputy used bone and muscle modification techniques to make his grandson's body more suitable for becoming a martial artist. This process is incredibly painful, but if another force or shock were to disrupt the process, the body could be destroyed, so they stopped it. Mukyan also reached out to Jin and said that they could consider this his gift for the successful negotiations. As for the boy, he hopes that the next time they meet, he will impress him with his skills. Then he added that he considered their business here finished, and it was time to go back. Everyone headed towards the exit. The founder of the Earth cult stood motionless and could not believe that all this had happened here, because he had never met such people before. Beauty of Sound smiled and added that the cult's deputy had given his grandson a great honor, since even in the demon cult, few children were given such an opportunity. Sincerely congratulating him on his success, she said that they would soon return all the cult's disciples and clarified that it was time for them to go. They all just calmly watched the guests leave, coming to their senses a little and discussing everything that had happened. On the way back, the deputy founder of the cult said that they could go to the demon cult without him. The girl asked where he was going to go, because the founder of the cult had ordered her to return and report to him, to which the guy replied that he had some unfinished business. Turning to his guards, he ordered them to return to base without him and to follow all further instructions. He then turned to Guan and asked him to use Sola, the beauty of sound, a little more. But before he could even answer, the girl was already on the guy's shoulders. He said that he needed company for the trip and that he wanted to finish his lessons on the instrument. She was surprised that they were taking her somewhere just like that, without her consent, and asked where they were actually going. Mukyan replied that it was nothing. He just needed to collect the debts owed to him from the mountain cult and the cult of the heavenly sun. He then added that they had put a price on his head. Normally, he wouldn't have been too worried, but how dare they put a measly 40 coins on him? Solo was alarmed and asked if it would not be better to go with their main forces and destroy these cults, to which Mukyan, as usual, replied that there was no need. He confidently stated that he alone, especially with such a company, would be quite enough for this. At this time, it was a quiet evening in the cult of the mountain estate. The founder of the cult was sitting at the table, doing paperwork. Suddenly, a loud sound was heard. The entrance gates were knocked down, which greatly alarmed the founder of the cult. Mukyan was already angry and ready to fight. He declared that he had come to collect what the founder of the Mount Mu cult owed him. The guards who were in the estate immediately rushed into battle. They were surprised that the guy came alone and thought that they would easily deal with him. But the founder's deputy quickly destroyed them. The founder of the cult was in fear and did not understand who this man was and why he was looking for him. The guy asked with a grin if he remembered that he himself had announced a reward for his head because he wanted to see him. He then added that he was the one who killed the 5 warriors of the mountain cult several years ago and who defeated the divine Thundersword Emperor. At that moment, out of nowhere, a blow rushed at the guy with the words, "How dare he raise a sword against the founder of the cult?" He quickly and skillfully dodged, noting that the blow was quite good, and asked who this warrior was. The man introduced himself as the deputy founder of the Golden Dragon cult, and stated that if he wanted to kill the founder, he would have to fight him first. Mukyan asked him to step aside, as this matter did not concern him, and he did not wish to become an enemy of the Golden Dragon cult. But these words only made the man even more angry. He rushed to attack, believing that in front of him was just another arrogant master. He used the moon-slashing blade technique, hoping to completely crush the intruder. But the deputy founder of the demonic cult skillfully caught him in a counterattack and used a rare sword command technique. Having hit his target, he looked calmly at the man and clarified that this was all he had managed to achieve. The founder of the cult was amazed and was sure that he was definitely above the boundless kingdom, and it seemed that resisting him was useless. He shouted at everyone who was there to leave quickly, and only the two of them should stay here. Mukyan turned to him and asked why he didn't draw his sword if he was going to fight. The old man calmly replied that if the Sword Emperor couldn't cope, then he had little chance. He also turned again to everyone around and observing this and told them to listen to him carefully. He declared one boy to be his successor and said that they should never take revenge on this man because they simply could not. And he had one request for Mukyan. He said that he could take his life, but asked him not to harm his disciples. The guy was reminded of the situation with his duel. He calmly began to put the blade in the sheath and added that it was quite difficult to kill someone who behaved like that. The old man didn't understand what was going on. He asked if the guy was just going to leave or if something else had happened. He replied that he had clearly stated his intentions and would now go to the cult of the Heavenly Sun, to which the old man also asked them to leave them alone and resolve the issue with him. The cult's deputy noted that if he was willing to go that far to protect everyone, then in his opinion, his business here was over. Slowly cowering in fear, the cult founder couldn't believe they had actually survived this without any deaths. The wounded deputy of the cult also approached him and asked what had just happened, to which the man replied that he could say he was lucky. But he added that it was the first time in his life that he had seen with his own eyes someone use this technique, the sword command. And he is completely confident that this man will go down in history as the second martial artist to reach the bottomless kingdom in the world of Merim. A little later, while in the forest, Mukyan was having a monologue with himself. He was saying that he had freed 3 Earth cult acolytes without the cult's permission. And he also staged this performance in the cult of the mountain, and as punishment, he was put on probation. For this reason, he spent this time counting the needles in the pine forest. And finally, they were all counted, which meant that the time had come. He went to the founder of the cult and immediately stated that he wanted to take a look at the divine knowledge of the northern heavens, which greatly surprised Diren. He said that only the founder of the cult was allowed to see this, and he was sure that the guy knew that his skills were not enough for this. Mukyan bowed calmly and said that, however, he still hoped for the generosity of the cult's founder. The man noted that he was already quite strong without this martial art, and asked why he insisted on learning it. The guy replied that the reason was obvious. He was a martial arts master, and his goal was the bottomless demonic realm, and he wants to overcome this realm and get closer to what is truly the pinnacle of martial arts. Diren replied that he understood, but there were certain rules, and he would not be able to see this knowledge until he killed him or became a founder himself. The cult's deputy paused for a moment and clarified that in such a case there was nothing to be done, and they would have to fight. The founder asked him to calm down and added that he was an impatient bastard, and if he relaxed for even a second, he would be ready to attack. He then asked the boy if he really wanted to risk everything to achieve something related to martial arts. After hearing the answer, the man said that he would grant permission, but he would only be able to see him in the training room, and this knowledge could not be shared. Also, after Mukyan's gratitude, he clarified that they would need to meet tomorrow in the gazebo and discuss some things. The boy headed to the study room. In front of him lay that treasured book. He remembered his teacher who once told him to learn this language, and he was glad. It was a collection of martial arts written by the first martial artist who reached the bottomless realm in the Justice faction. He also said that since he had already reached the spiritual realm, he wondered if there was any knowledge in these teachings on how to reach the realm of life and death. The next day, as agreed, the meeting took place. Diren greeted his deputy and said that there was an assignment for him. It seems that their main branch is having problems with the Tang family, They are one of the 5 great families, and the factional conflict may reach a boiling point. The 5 great families have the support of the 9 great cults and the Miram Alliance. And if they are not careful, it could all end in war. So Mukhayan was tasked with trying to negotiate peace, to which he asked how he would do that if he was on probation. Duren grabbed his head and said to just forget. Besides, he had been enjoying his special favor all this time. The guy asked if there was someone more suitable for this task, for example, Elder Mosang. The founder continued that if he failed to reach an agreement with them, then he would have to deal with their leaders. Now the deputy understood why he was being sent. Diren also said that he would give him the Rending Demons squad to help. He ordered his personal guards to go to the Tang family and collect all the necessary information about them. And he ordered the Eastern Thunder Squad, along with the Tearing Demon Squad, to remain at their secret base until further notice. Now that the guy had gotten rid of everyone, he decided to devote some time to himself and went through the forest to the mountains. On the way, he decided to have some refreshment, and, having reached one place, he thought that he could stop there and then get down to business. Entering the local cafe, everyone immediately cast a displeased glance at the guy. He was clearly not welcome here. The owner of the establishment immediately approached him and said that there were no free seats and that he should come at another time. The guy looked back and asked what that meant, since there were plenty of empty seats, and added that he would just eat and leave. But one thug quickly approached him and said that he had already been given an answer, and then advised him to leave, otherwise he would break all the guy's bones. Mukhayan smiled and asked what would happen if he didn't leave, realizing that another fight was brewing. The brute swung his huge fist and shouted that in that case he should prepare for the worst. At that very moment, as expected, the man flew out of the establishment from an incredible flow of energy, without being able to strike. The cult's deputy repeated that he just wanted to eat, but the girl sitting at the table ordered everyone to grab the guy. In response, he noted that since such a young lady was in charge of these thugs, in that case, he would act differently. Pushing off with one movement of his foot, he quickly headed towards her, saying that now they were going to have some fun. Taking out the knife that the blacksmith had once given him, he put it to the girl's throat and ordered everyone to stand still. She sat still and, of course, did not move, but was calm, noting that Mukhayan had a pretty good knife. He replied that the knife was indeed decent, although he mainly used it only for cooking. The girl asked if he really thought he would leave here alive after this, because in any case, she would send killers after him. He asked her to be quiet, and then, taking a small object out of his pocket, with a sharp movement, pushed it into her mouth and forced her to swallow. At that moment, she was able to break free and began to scream, asking what it was and what she swallowed. The guy replied that it was an aphrodisiac known as the blooming pleasure pill. It can be resisted, but it is very difficult. So he advises her to choose a nicer guy and enjoy the evening, and by the time she gets her feelings back, he will be far away. Then turning to another girl who was sitting at the table, he clarified that for safety reasons he would take her hostage. He also added that if she gave chase, he would destroy the girl's meridians and throw her into a beggar's den. After that, they disappeared. On the way to a destination unknown to the hostage, Mukhayan asked her name, to which she replied, Ryun. He said the name was interesting, and suggested that she must have been born during a heavy rain. The girl replied that this was absolutely true, and that was why she had been given this name since childhood. It was the sister of the girl the guy had given the pill to. He noted that she was not like her sister, and had a good character. Ryan said that her sister just looks down on people because she wields a sword, and she is also very strong and has never been defeated in a fight. The guy had a hard time believing the girl's stories, since this gang of bandits didn't evoke any emotions in him. However, he assumed that perhaps the girls really did have martial arts skills. He also specified how old the girl was. She was 25, and her sister was 38. Mukhayan said they had an easy conversation, and if she promised not to try to run away, he would like them to travel together. In response, the girl said that in any case, she doubted that she would be able to escape, if only because he was a master of martial arts. They also started talking about where they were going. The cult deputy mentioned a friend's house and asked the girl for a favor. He continued that his friend comes from a wealthy family, and it seems to him that he has problems with his rich neighbors, which could end badly. It all started with their servants squabbling, but now it has reached the point where martial artists are involved. That's why he was asked to mediate. And if he could do it his way, he would simply kidnap the enemy's family to quickly deal with the problem. The girl asked if that was the case, why not try to offer some compensation to both families to bring about a truce? Mukyan said the idea was not bad, but the problem was that he was not very good at making concessions with other people. So he has an idea. Let the girl talk for him, because she, as an uninterested party, can negotiate impartially. She responded by saying that it was precisely because she was an uninterested party that she doubted that these people would be happy about her appearance. The cult's deputy clarified that she would be his messenger, and if they didn't like something, he could always resolve it in another way. Ryan smirked and added that she agreed since they would be traveling together, but only on one condition. She continued by saying that it was rare to meet a martial artist like him, so she wanted to learn from him, which didn't make him happy. She, noticing this, noted that although she was kidnapped, she agreed to travel with him and fulfill his request, so he should also respond with something. The guy sighed and added that there was nothing to argue with, but also asked what about her martial art. Could she show it? He guessed that the girl seemed to be skilled in the sunset dance fighting style, a graceful style created specifically for sword fighting. She demonstrated her skills by showing off moves such as strength, shimmering sky, and silent departure of the setting sun. After that, the girl asked Mukyan what he thought. He replied that it was a very graceful style of swordsmanship. The style was not only soft and graceful, but also capable of skillfully killing. However, there was something he did not understand. He added that this is not the sunset dance he knows, as if someone had stolen it and changed it. Ryun became furious and stated that her grandfather personally created this style after he achieved enlightenment in swordsmanship. The cult's deputy asked her to calm down and told her to watch carefully. Now he would show the original version of this style. He repeated all the techniques that the girl demonstrated, but they naturally differed, not only in skill, but also in the peculiarities of style. She couldn't believe what she saw. Even though his energy was greater than hers, he couldn't repeat all those movements after seeing them only once. She really started to think that her grandfather could have stolen this style. When he finished, the guy asked how she liked these movements. The girl started saying that the style was really great, but she performed 4 times more moves than the guy. Interrupting her, he began to talk about leaves and fruits, giving various examples, and generally explained that the strength of a martial art does not depend on the number of movements. Ryan still couldn't quite believe that she was upsetting the guy, but he brought up her teaching as an argument and she immediately agreed with him. He then turned to her and asked her to promise one thing, that she would never tell anyone the truth about this sword style. She agreed, and the guy told her to go. On the way, she realized which province he was heading to, and began asking a lot of questions. She asked if the Murim Alliance had sent him to resolve the issue with the Tan family, and if so, she didn't want to take part in it. Mukyan asked why she was so sure that he was connected with the Murim Alliance. What if he was from the opposite side? The girl said that all the martial arts he showed were very far from the styles of the Justice faction. Resigned to the fact that she had already guessed, he noted that this was all she needed to know for now, and hinted that a surprise was in store for her. Arriving at a small area in the middle of the forest, the guy said they were there. The girl immediately understood what kind of place it was. Hidden spider squad, she thought. Weren't they currently at odds with the great Tang family? She asked him to wait a few seconds and asked if he was sure they were in the right place. But the answer followed naturally. Warriors came out to greet the deputy founder of the cult. She couldn't believe that besides the demon cult, he was also the deputy founder. He also introduced the girl and said that she would be with him. Inside, they began a conversation. She admitted that she couldn't believe it, since they were at odds with the demonic cult. Maybe he kidnapped her on purpose, since she was the granddaughter of the leader of the Murim Alliance. The guy denied her words. He suspected that she was a martial artist from the Justice faction, but he did not go into details. He then continued that he wanted to make an agreement with them, because their views on the situation coincided, and they also did not like the current state of affairs. Ryan clarified what would happen if they still failed to come to an agreement. Mukyan replied that in that case, he would use the demon-severing squad to kill them all. The girl told him not to think that their alliance of wanderers were ordinary warriors without a shadow who could be simply killed. The guy continued that he would behead everyone who would participate in the negotiations if they failed to reach an agreement, and he will also give orders to the Asura Demon Slayer squad to eliminate all witnesses, to which the girl responded by asking if he thinks it is that easy. Mukyayan confidently stated that they were talking about him, and it was no coincidence that the demonic cult entrusted him with this task. Ryan thought to herself that if it were anyone else, she wouldn't believe it. But this person's skill wasn't just empty words. She also said that she does not want people to die and will do everything possible to ensure a peaceful meeting. They approached the estate where the meeting was to take place. The guards asked them to hand over their weapons, as they were prohibited from carrying them. The cult's deputy ordered his men to wait outside, and he went inside with the lady. Having crossed the gate, the girl was immediately surprised, and the guy said with a smile that it was a surprise. He added that no one could have thought that they would meet again here, because a lot of time had passed. Sister Rune was standing there. The girl was angry and said that because of him, she had to eat a lot of medicine to stop the aphrodisiac from working and that she would tear him to pieces. Mukyan realized that negotiations could be forgotten, and he clarified with his companion that it would be easier to kill everyone here to the last man. Having begun to concentrate his incredible energy, the guy added that she should not hold a grudge against him. Ryun still tried to calm him down and asked him not to behave like that, not to constantly rely on brute force. She continued that they came here for peace talks, and if he himself asked her to take up this issue, then the talks would take place. The man standing next to the girl's sister apologized for her and the situation, saying they were willing to listen to the terms of the deal. Mukyan accepted the apology, but warned that if they angered him again, he would not hold back. They sat down at the table, and the man noted that it was too late to introduce himself, but he still said his name was Jin Tang, of the great Tang family. The guy also introduced himself as the cult's deputy and clarified that he was sent here to solve a problem concerning the hidden spider squad and their family. Jin said that Lady Ryun was the granddaughter of the leader of the Murim Alliance, and asked if the boy was sure that the demonic cult would agree to her participation. Mukyan replied that he had already told the girl about the whole situation, so everything would be fine and she was ready to start negotiations. She asked the man, since the situation had reached an impasse, whether he thought it was possible to resolve the conflict through a peaceful agreement. He replied that their family wanted compensation. The guy asked if it was possible to do without her, to which the girl and the man immediately said that in that case, they would have no choice but to enter the war. They said that they currently have 40 masters from the Murim Alliance, 100 masters from the main family, and 3 cults ready to help them in this matter. Mukyan asked to list these cults, to which the man asked a counter question. Why did he need this information? He was interrupted by Ryan, who said that the deputy founder of the cult had arrived with a squad of Asura demon slayers. Jin was a little surprised by this. He asked if they were trying to scare him, or if it had another meaning. The girl continued that the demonic cult does not want war, and if by the end of the day they do not decide anything, then, by order of the cult, a squad of Ashura demon killers will have to destroy everyone who stands in their way. The girl's sister replied with a smile that although they were an assassination squad, it would not be easy for them to destroy the Tang family and the other cults. Ryan explained that if they failed to reach an agreement, the cult's deputy's first order would be to kill everyone at that table. This will be followed by the elimination of the heads of the cults involved in the conflict, and the destruction of the armies left without leaders. The girl noted that it was stupid, and if they really planned it that way, then they shouldn't have said it out loud. Mukyan began his speech by saying that the demonic cult has one rule: do not approach the founder with a weapon closer than 10 meters. Extending his hand, his blade, which was lying with the guards, began to fill with energy, and in an instant independently headed towards the guy. As if nothing had happened, he continued. He was the only one who had ever done such a thing, and if he wanted to kill someone, no one could stop him. Taking his blade out of its sheath, he looked carefully at the other side of the table and asked what it would be, a truce or death. The man recalled that the guy had previously said that they were not going to intimidate anyone, But that is exactly what they were doing now. The guy hid the blade and clarified that they should not consider his behavior rude, because in fact he was speaking very respectfully. Rian calmly said that this was why the demonic cult was offering to end this conflict, and handed the box to the man. He looked inside and was very surprised. There were several martial arts scrolls that the ghost cult had previously taken from them. The girl clarified that they would return these scrolls and also give 2,000 coins, but the family would have to give half of the amount to the hidden spider squad. Mukyayan turned to her and told her that she could now return to the 4 nobles who remained outside. As she left, she anxiously asked if he would really kill everyone if the Tang family rejected the offer. Receiving no answer, the girl warned him that she would not stand aside and would help her sister defeat him. The guy reacted calmly. He took her sword, gave it to her, and clarified that if a battle began, he wanted everyone to have an equal chance. The girl took the blade and looked at him sweetly, thanking him for always being kind to her. Mukyayan smiled slightly and said that he was sure that at another time they could have become good friends. Ryan replied that it was certainly true, but she wasn't sure if they were that close since he liked to tease her. Shortly after this, Jin turned to the guy and said that they had made a decision and were ready to voice it. The guy, hearing this, was already prepared for the worst-case scenario and was ready to kill everyone here. But he listened carefully. The Tang family representative accepted the offer and added that according to the agreement, they would provide 1,000 coins as a token of their good intentions. Mukyayan noted that this was the right choice and expressed the opinion that there was now no need for senseless bloodshed. Ryan knelt down with her sword and exhaled with peace of mind. She was very glad that everything ended this way. The cult's deputy, watching this scene, added that he was also glad that he did not have to kill the girl. She smiled slightly excitedly and said that she was also glad about this, because she still didn't believe that she could kill him. At that moment, a male voice was heard from the side, noting that, apparently, everything had been resolved peacefully and he could leave. Jin turned around and realized whose voice it was, but was confused as to why he was hearing it here. It was the leader of the Murim Alliance. He said he was glad that the negotiations had been successful and without casualties. The sisters and the man bowed to him, saying that they humbly expressed their respect to Chonggak, the leader of the martial arts world. Mukyayan was a little puzzled that the alliance leader himself had come here for such a minor matter. He also noted that the energy emanating from this man resembled a tiger reigning over the top of a mountain. Chonggak said that he was glad to meet Mukyayan and had heard a lot about the guy from his granddaughters. The deputy cult leader admitted that he never thought that a man could come here for such a trivial matter. He laughed and said that it was indeed unexpected, but clarified that he should not think anything unnecessary. The energy coming from him became noticeably greater. He confidently said that he was here for the same reason as the guy himself. However, he added, since they had come to a peaceful agreement, he had a proposal to have a little drink together. Mukyayan thought to himself that the old man was cheerful. As for the drink, he didn't really want it, but in this situation he would have to. He thanked her for the offer and agreed, clarifying that it would not be for long, as he had a lot of things to do. Sitting at the table and drinking, Chonggak asked the deputy cult leader how he liked the drink, since it was his favorite. Landowner's wine. The guy thanked him again and said that it was not bad, adding that drink was always better than water or tea. He also asked the man if it was okay for the leader of the Murim Alliance to drink with a member of the evil faction, to which he only smiled. The old man, continuing the conversation, got down to business and clarified that he had always wanted to ask the guy something, but had never had the opportunity to meet before. Mukyayan was slightly surprised. Nothing came to mind that could connect the two of them. The man asked him what the Emperor Sword's skill was, causing the boy to choke a little. Chonggak explained that he was not going to reproach him. He was simply interested in what happened in the last moments of the old man's life. The cult's deputy founder said that he demonstrated an incredible martial arts style and held his own until the very end. The next question was whether the guy thought they were on the same level. Mukyayan couldn't give a precise answer because he had only fought one. The old man continued asking questions. He asked whether he thought it was possible to stop the master at the Boundless Realm stage. The guy replied that it was too much useless thinking, meaning that people thought too much about their blade. Chonggak said that during the swing he does not concentrate on anything except the blade, and he thinks that he has already passed this stage. Mukyayan, taking the sticks in his fingers, began to bring them closer to the cup, and said that the blade has no will of its own. He added that one only had to follow the blade's desire and become one with it. As he spoke, the cup of drink was broken. The man said it was impressive because he not only gave the chopsticks the power to break the cup, but he also didn't damage the table. The guy smiled and noted that the time would come when he too would truly be able to reach the heights of martial arts. The old man was not particularly offended by this. He only said that he, although young, was already an arrogant fool. But Sister Rion was already on edge. She tried to stay away, but she couldn't stand it. Because how dare a guy talk so arrogantly to her grandfather? Chungak calmed her down with a shout and asked where her manners were because everything was fine. And there was no need to burst in like that and say stupid things. Mukyayan stood up and began to say that it seemed like the girl simply didn't believe his words, and maybe he should prove it himself. The girl responded by telling him not to hide this time and to meet her face to face with a sword in his hands. But the boy replied that it was not proper for the deputy founder of the demon cult to fight a young girl, and suggested that she fight Ryun under his leadership. Ryun began to tell him that it was pointless, because her sister was much better with a sword than she was, and she had no chance. He told her to calm down and added that he would tell her how to move using sound vibrations and for her to remember the demonic techniques he had shown her earlier. And he added that this fight would make the girl much stronger. She was still unsure, especially since she had to fight her sister. But her sister had a different opinion. The girl said that she should not be compared to a weakling, and now she would show what opinion should be held about her. Saying that she would crush her in the blink of an eye and then cut the guy into pieces, she rushed forward with her blade. Ryan, dodging the blow, noticed that her sister had become much faster and more skilled since their last meeting, and realized that she needed to be careful. Mukyayan calmly told her to use the fourth move, and immediately after that the fifth. During the next attack, the girl replayed the events in her head. First, the fourth move. The main thing is to stay calm. Passing under the arm of her older sister, she performed the fifth movement very quickly and skillfully. Her opponent was surprised because before her sister could do practically nothing, and she herself was much stronger. The fifth move was Power of the Setting Sun. A strong and sharp sword strike was now heading towards the impudent girl. She still couldn't believe it. She thought that this couldn't be, that her sister could win so easily. Mukyan watched this and said that it was too early to be surprised. Everything was just beginning. The sister did not understand how this was possible and why none of her attacks reached their target. She also couldn't comprehend that Ryun had become stronger in such a short time, since she was previously a weakling. The guy was in control. After the girl finished the sixth basic technique, he ordered her to move on to the 12th immediately. The red-haired girl was already losing her temper and, without thinking, quickly attacked with her sharp blade, not caring about her sister. But she didn't give in either. She used the technique, Rise of the Crimson Dragon. With her strike at the enemy, it was as if the dragon itself was heading. The older sister had successfully counterattacked, so far. She thought that Ryun was about to run out of steam, and then she would deliver the decisive blow. The next attack followed. Blooming Crimson Orchid. It was almost impossible, another powerful attack without a break. The girl suspected that something was wrong. She couldn't believe that Ryun could have so much internal energy and claimed that Mukhyang was transferring it to her. He, in turn, calmly replied that he had nothing to do with it, that his student possessed such energy, and ordered her to go on the offensive. Chongak watched the battle closely and said that the guy was right in suggesting that they continue the fight. As she attacked, Ryun knew that this technique could harm her sister, but something still made her worry. Mukhayan told the girl to pull herself together, because she could stop the sword at her heart and end this fight. Her thoughts were not allowing her to concentrate. She still thought that it was dangerous because what if she misses? But her opponent didn't hesitate. She noticed this and used the white orchid scent technique, striking. A powerful blast wave swept across the battlefield. The surge of energy caused a powerful wind and raised clouds of smoke. After the blow, the older sister looked into this curtain of smoke and realized that she had apparently gone too far and should not have done this. But when she looked closer, she saw Mukyan blocking the blow, thereby protecting Ryun from injury or even death. Ryun looked at him with wet eyes and didn't know what to say. She knew she had let the guy down, and the only thing she could do was apologize. The old man asked if the boy was okay, to which he replied that such weak sword energy was not capable of injuring him. He also added that he shouldn't be upset, because if his student hadn't given in to weakness, the fight would most likely have ended in her victory. Mukyayan replied that in any case he had been defeated and must now go back. He also addressed Rune, stating that he hoped that the next time they met, she would be much stronger. After these words, the deputy of the cult disappeared like the wind, surprising everyone present with what happened. Jungkook noted that under normal circumstances, Ryan would not be able to stand up to Mei. But this guy is capable of significantly increasing the strength of the masters. He also added that, although he had become the strongest in the world, it seemed that he alone would not be able to take over the world. And, dropping a few words into the void, he said that it was really a huge pity for this guy. The deputy cult's guards were ordered to wait at the entrance and congratulated him on the successful negotiations. One of the guys also approached him and said that there was new news and something terrible had happened. While they were here, it seemed like the dark demon cult had merged with the demon cult. Mukyan didn't understand this and asked if they had been captured. The guys replied that, apparently, they decided to become part of a cult. And after the unification, their founder Ingol was appointed deputy founder of the cult. The cult of the dark demon is derived from the cult of blood, namely, the cult of tainted blood, which is associated with the dead. These people use the dead for their own gain, resurrecting them and turning them into their soldiers. They also use forbidden techniques, and behind them stands someone who wishes to master them. This martial artist who has reached the great demon spiritual realm is one of the emperors, Ingol Zhan. Mukyayan believed that the demonic cult rejected their ideology, so they were persecuted and went into hiding. He decided to go and find out everything personally. Having achieved his goal, he entered the founder's chamber and expressed his respect. Ingol turned around, looked at the guy, and said that he had heard a lot about him, and it was an honor for him to meet the greatest martial artist. Duren noted that the guy had done a good job, and they wanted to have a drink with the new deputy of the cult, asking if he wanted to join. He replied that the journey had taken him a long time, so he would join them another time, but now he had to go. The new deputy approached the founder and confirmed that the guy was indeed willful, and now he was not surprised why he was the only one who could come here with a blade. The founder asked Ingol, now that he had seen the guy and spoken to him in person, what he could say about him. The man replied that there was no need to worry about anything, because everything was already prepared and he knew what he was doing. He said that any horse may disobey its master, but if a horse does so, it is dealt with in the only possible way. This time, Mukyan was walking calmly through the forest. People were already following him on orders and were ready to attack. They noted that it would be easy because they were professional killers of great people and had done it many times before. But suddenly a voice was heard behind them, asking what they were doing here. The guy noticed them the moment he left the estate. The fight began. Mukyan quickly concentrated his energy in his hands and moved on to his favorite and main task. He quickly dealt with two opponents. He felt that he was being watched, but he was curious to know who exactly. However, the guy noticed something. The one whose face he had ruined died instantly, but the second one... He ripped open his stomach and he seemed to die, but his body regenerated on its own like some kind of zombie. But if he's not a zombie, then these are definitely Ingol Jin's abilities. The guy didn't understand why he was following him. He realized that if the head was intact, the body could fully recover, which meant he could get all the information he needed. Shortly after this, shouts and noise were heard in one of the small towns. There was an order not to let him into the founder's chambers. Mei and Ryun were behind bars. The older sister heard noises outside and realized that something was going on. The next moment, the bars were knocked down and one of the guards who had been watching the girls flew into the cell. A shadow of a guy with a blade appeared behind him. He smiled and said that it seemed like he had come at the right time. It was Mukyan. He asked if they were wounded, and if not, to get up quickly and grab their weapons. Mei asked him what his plan was. He replied that he had to find whoever was behind this and ask them something, but the guards who were killed were unarmed. Ryan said that it was pointless, and they could fight without weapons. The guy clarified that he could handle it himself without a weapon, but they couldn't, so he would give them his for a while. Ingol was also sitting in the founder's house. They drank and talked, and he flattered the founder, saying that he admired his ingenuity. He also didn't expect that it would be possible to deliver the two granddaughters of the founder of the Murim Alliance here so quickly, and there would probably already be a commotion there. Footsteps were heard at the entrance. The men realized that he had finally arrived back, as expected. Duren immediately asked with a grin whether he was the one who caused the commotion outside, and didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Mukhayan said that he came to interrupt their wonderful drinking bout because he really needed to meet. The guy continued that they should have hidden their plans better, because the agent they sent turned out to be talkative and had a document with him. He also confirmed that they had been working together for a long time to get rid of him and defeat the Murim Alliance by kidnapping the granddaughters of its leader. The strongest energy began to flow out of him. The document in his hands began to incinerate. Mukyan added that they really spoiled his mood. As he was about to finish them both off, he noted that their last words did not interest him, and it was time to say goodbye. The cult founder laughed evilly and asked the boy if he was sure he really knew everything about the situation. But the guy was no longer interested in words. He replied that he had learned the main thing, their intention to kill him, and with a powerful blow he swung in their direction. But then something unexpected happened. Ryun suddenly appeared in front of the guy, flying at him with his own blade. Emotions and confusion mixed in his head. He couldn't comprehend what was happening at all. The boy could no longer stop his blow. The sword pierced his shoulder, and his hand struck the girl's body. Blood gushed out, and her body went limp. Mukyan ran up to the girl in bewilderment and asked anxiously why she did this. She just smiled and quietly said the word, "sorry," mixed with his name. She also continued that it was her grandfather's order, and she could do nothing about it. Gently bringing her palm to his face, she apologized and cried many more times. Her last words were that she was sorry that this was the way she had to repay him after everything he had done. At that time, her sister, not regretting death at all, with a bloodthirsty face, screamed for the boy to die. While he was in a state of shock, the girl pierced him with a sharp blow to the back with a blade. He did not fall, but sank to his knees. The blow was very strong, and the sword hit vital organs. May couldn't stop laughing and said that he looked much better this way. But she also added that the guy should not hold a grudge against her, because she, too, was simply obeying her grandfather's orders. Diren was happy with what happened. He noted that he was unsure at first, but it really worked. He stood up and walked towards the guy, asking him if he knew why all this happened. After a short pause and an angry smile, he said that it was all because of him, because Mukyan used his sword only for himself, not for his master, and refused to share his power with others. Continuing, the founder noted that it doesn't matter how big the sword is if it ends up piercing its owner. This situation is a consequence of the guy's arrogance. The man said that now no one would recognize him as the deputy founder. All the elders and members of the demonic cult began to emerge from the other rooms. They knew everything about what was happening and were ready for this day. One of them approached the sitting guy and thanked him for everything, even with a little sadness. The girl, watching this, did not regret it at all and also said that she was sorry because she could not kill him personally. Filling his hands with killing energy, the elder told Mukyan to bid farewell to his life and was ready to strike. But the guy gathered his remaining strength, quickly assessed the situation, and found a way out of it. He walked towards May, grabbed her by the clothes and dragged her towards him, changing places with her in space. The man could no longer stop his blow. It was too late, and it was quite strong. The girl screamed loudly in pain. The blow completely pierced her body from head to toe, and she collapsed to the floor. Diren was very angry because everything did not go according to plan. He ordered to finish the guy off immediately. The older sister died instantly, without uttering a word, her body lying nearby on the cold floor. Mukhayan stood up at that time, which surprised everyone. Clots of dark energy began to gather around him. Renji was also present. He couldn't understand how this bastard still found the strength to resist. The cult founder said that the heart and energy core had to be destroyed, but he was still able to use energy. It was a secret technique, the demonic art of the Asura's reverse blood flow, which literally resurrects the dead. Ingel was familiar with this and said not to worry because the guy is already a corpse, who barely makes his body move using prohibited substances. The order was given for everyone to go on the attack and quickly kill the former deputy founder of the cult. Mukyayan shouted loudly that no one would leave here alive, giving away his last life energy. The red weirdo remembered well the times when he hated the guy and was the first to rush into battle, preparing to deliver a crushing blow. He noticed this movement, but could not do anything. His body stopped moving, and he realized whose handiwork it was. Ingol looked straight into the boy's eyes, holding his hand against his chest, and seeming to take away energy. The Emperor used a binding spell technique, which the boy was unable to resist at that moment. Renji delivered his blow from above with great force, pinning the guy to the floor with the sword inside, which literally finished him off completely. He was genuinely happy about this, and added that he had always waited for this day when he could take revenge. Mukyan didn't know what to do. He had to find a way to live, because it might not last long. Then, out of nowhere, a burning object appeared in front of him, resembling a homemade smoke bomb. Within seconds, the entire hall was filled with smoke. No one understood what was happening. The guy himself also couldn't think who or what decided to help him, or vice versa. A boy's voice came from the corner, saying that they needed to get out of here right now. In front of him, he saw his disciple, who had desperately come to save him, despite the rank and number of those present here. The elder shouted that they couldn't see anything because of the smoke, and they didn't understand what it could be. Duren shouted loudly for everyone to stop fooling around, and used his technique to clear away the smoke. The smoke screen disappeared, but the man could already see that his target had managed to escape, which he was clearly unhappy about. He couldn't believe that anyone else would go against the demon cult and side with Mukyan. The founder gave the order for everyone to rush in pursuit and find him as quickly as possible, because they certainly couldn't have gone far. Rapidly moving away from the scene of events, the wounded boy lay on the back of his student and asked, "Why him?" He replied that the situation was terrible, and he would explain everything later, because first, he needed to take care of him. But then, out of nowhere, a gray-haired man appeared with his sword and was ready to end everything right now. It was the leader of the Murim Alliance, the same grandfather of the two already dead granddaughters, Chonggak. Kriza didn't understand why he appeared right now, at such an inopportune moment, and what he was doing here at all. Also, looking back, he did not understand why they had walked so little, because he was sure that he had already broken away. The old man told him not to be surprised, because he had led him this way on purpose. Mukyan, in turn, decided to ask why he was cooperating with the demonic cult, since he had personally made peace with them. Jungkook revealed that it was a simple truth. As the head of the organization, he could not allow the guy to exist, as he was a threat to the balance between the factions. The guy also, with great sadness in his soul, asked why Ryun, why he sacrificed her. In response, he heard something he definitely didn't want. The alliance leader replied that the boy trusted her more than anyone else. This made the plan even easier, because all they had to do was use his trust to stab him in the back. Having calmly accepted the death of his granddaughters, he decided to get down to business because it was time to finish everything. He also expressed his gratitude to him for the fact that Ryun was able to die for the honor of her clan, leaving such a mark. Hatred got the better of the boy, and he said that he would kill the old man, even if it was the last thing he had time to do. The student asked Mukyan to calm down, because if he forced himself to use more force, it could end badly. The boy took a seal out of his pocket, and with one wave stuck it on his teacher. The teacher did not understand what he was going to do. The seal caused an explosion, from which the wounded guy lost his footing and began to rapidly fall down. Kriza asked him to try to stay alive, and he himself, without the slightest doubt, entered into battle with the leader of the alliance. His blow was fast, but Chonggak easily blocked it, because for him, he was just a simple guy who had no chance. A moment later, the enemy's blade had already approached the guy and delivered a quick blow that was difficult to even notice. The guy's body began to bleed. He experienced incredible pain and could no longer resist his opponent. At that moment, he thought of only one thing, his teacher, because he went against the cult, because every killer in this world worships Mukyan as a god. He was different from all of them, forced to follow the path that was chosen for them and live in a world of murder. His teacher always followed the path he wanted, and he had no idea what it meant for all of them. At the moment when the guy was dying, he regretted only one thing, that he came to help too late. Mukyan, falling down, shouted the boy's name, but was unable to do anything. A moment later, he was already in the water. The man's breathing stopped. His eyes filled with white. He was losing control of his body and knew he was about to pass out. After some time, a white light appeared in the water, as if someone was approaching an almost dead body. He woke up in bed with his wounds bandaged and practically unconscious, but still alive. Two men, one older, one younger, stood over the boy and discussed his condition. The older man was a doctor. His name was Lee, and he said that, fortunately, everything was fine now. The highest general, Oka, stood nearby. He noted that if it weren't for his healing skills, then it's unlikely that anything would have worked out. He also clarified why he cares so much about a random guy who was simply found in the river, because there could be hundreds of them now. Lee replied that this was not a random guy at all, and showed the general one item. It was a jade tablet. The man was very surprised that they found a person who possessed such a thing. Also, judging by the wounds, he thought that this was a high-level martial artist. Although he escaped the clutches of death, the doctor noted that his meridians and internal channels were destroyed, and he would never be able to use martial arts again. He also added with regret that he was not sure whether he would ever be able to hold a sword in his hands again. 6 months passed. Now, an ordinary, nondescript fool was cleaning a horse on the streets of a small village. A child's voice could be heard from afar, calling the boy by his new name, Gugwan. One of the boy's eyes was also bandaged. The boy who came up was smiling. He liked talking to the guy. He said that he brought some treats. He also brought him a flower, a chrysanthemum, which the guy really liked. Some memories remained on a subconscious level. Mukyan could not speak properly and had difficulty formulating speech, but he was kind and thanked the child. He was also constantly watched by the men who found him. They said that half a year had passed, and it was amazing that the guy could already walk, considering the condition of his leg. They also said that he still didn't remember anything. It seemed that due to the terrible wound, he had lost his memory forever. Every evening, Lee examined him carefully to monitor the treatment and not miss anything important. But this evening, he noticed something that left him in complete shock. He couldn't believe what he was feeling. The man was sure that the boy's meridians had been destroyed, but now he began to feel small currents throughout his body. He said it was incredible, because the currents began to recover and energy began to flow through his body. The general clarified, if his flows were restored, then could his mastery of martial arts be restored over time? The doctor didn't believe it scientifically, but he had also once been a martial artist, so he gave it a small chance. He decided to test whether the boy could really regain his fighting skills and came up with an idea. Mukyan, not expecting anything, stood in place when a not-so-fast but quite strong blow was directed towards him. His eyes filled with energy again, and his body, as if by inertia, instantly dodged the blow. Without understanding what he was doing, he got into a fighting stance and counterattacked with all the strength he had. Lee noted that he had acted stupidly, but he said it happily, while Oka was shocked by what was happening. The doctor noted that although the man had become disabled and lost his memory, his body instinctively reacted and repelled the blow. The general asked whether he meant that it was a subconscious blow or whether the guy had done it consciously. He received the answer that it was entirely on the subconscious level, and there were thoughts that this person was a master who had reached at least the limitless realm. The man was even more surprised. He knew that this guy was unusual, but he did not expect such an outcome of events. The image of Gugwan returned to the guy. He stupidly asked why they were afraid of him, because he was not bad. The men didn't know what to do next, but they knew for sure that this man's martial arts skills were incredible. Oka said that in his current state, he was afraid to trust the guy with any business, because the situation was very delicate. Lee came up with an idea. He wanted to continue to stimulate him and awaken his memories and martial arts skills naturally, and maybe that way they would learn his identity. The general looked at the doctor in surprise and asked if he could stand it, but the doctor said that he had other ideas on how to do it. The next day, they went to the clearing. The guy calmly looked at the growing flowers, not yet imagining what he would have to experience. Soon, his attention was drawn to what could be called a demonstration of training. He was looking closely at the blades, which were skillfully moving. It was a doctor, and the same kid who was trained in martial arts, but already knew some things and could wield a sword. The man turned his attention to the boy. He knew that if they trained in front of him, he would definitely show interest. He also spoke out loud the actions that the boy needed to do. Swings, strikes, retreats, and so on. The guy increasingly felt something incomprehensible inside, continuing to hear about different strikes and techniques. Here, it was as if another world opened up before his eyes. He saw a martial arts master fighting with a certain girl. The pictures changed one after another. He began to realize that he was seeing himself. His pulse was racing. He didn't understand what was happening. Energy began to boil and take over his body. He no longer looked like the same guy he had been for the last 6 months. Wind began to form around him, and it was difficult to describe what was happening. The child, seeing this picture and getting scared, immediately wanted to go to the guy, but the man held him back and said that it was too dangerous. Mukyan's body gradually changed even more. His clothes were torn. He became larger, and the clot of energy around him grew larger. All points of his body and internal strength were fully activated. He looked like a monster about to explode. At one point, he screamed loudly, and his body seemed to throw out everything it could, creating an explosion on the spot. When the smoke cleared, the guy was sitting on his knees with a normal body size, but cracks of energy ran across him from head to toe, as if the upper shell was bursting. After some time, this shell began to slide off, and behind it appeared a strong male body that fell down. Lee watched everything carefully, and realized that this was most likely the first and last time he saw that very technique of complete body change that he had only heard about in legends. This is the goal of all martial artists, a level that has only been achieved once. The man couldn't even believe that he saw it with his own eyes. The boy ran up to Guguan and shouted his name loudly, asking him to get up, thinking that something bad had happened to the boy. Some time passed. 2 guards stood at the gates of the lands where Mukyan was now and said that the master should return soon. A few days later, they saw flags and a crowd of people in the distance and realized it was him, so they needed to tell everyone immediately. It was General Young with his army, a stately, strong man who had already turned gray from age and experience, but had not lost his spirit and courage. Oka was his son. He greeted his father and noted that he could not imagine how difficult his journey had been. He was reserved, thanked everyone for the meeting, but said that there was no need to do this. He could have come in himself. He also immediately noticed that he saw new faces among those he already knew, and this immediately interested him. The son said that he just wanted to introduce this man to him and asked Guguan to come to them. The guy already had a completely different appearance than before. Like a true warrior, he greeted his new acquaintance. Moving later to the feast, Oka told his father everything that had happened. He noted that a lot had indeed happened in his absence. He also added that Guguan is a nickname because, although his energy and martial arts skills were restored thanks to the total body change technique, his memories still have not returned. The general began to think. The master, mortally wounded by his own sword and having lost his memories, loves to drink and flowers. Also, seeing this sword in the distance, he seemed to understand something. His eyes changed in an instant, but he was not completely sure of his thoughts. Yang asked his son to bring him the sword so he could examine it in detail and ask his guest a few questions. Even without picking it up, he knew the sword was unusual. Although it looked rough at first glance, it was engraved with noble symbols. Taking the blade out of its sheath, he turned to Guguan and confidently asked if he remembered anything when looking at him. The guy calmly replied that he heard about what happened, but he wasn't even sure that it was his sword, so he couldn't give a specific answer. The man replied that it was nothing to worry about, and that it would probably take time for his memory to return, but he also had a request for the guy. After a short pause, he said that he wanted the boy to join the Trembling Dark Wind cult and help him. Mukyan was a little amused by this. He was laconic, thanked for the offer, and replied that he would not do it. They, in turn, were shocked by such an answer. They thought that the guy would not be able to refuse as a sign of gratitude. The guy confidently added that Oka and Lee saved him, and only them, so he didn't owe them anything. He also said that he was glad to be part of the house and take care of their horses and little boy. The general laughed and said he liked this directness. His son was still in shock and asked him to think about what he was saying. He also clarified that his father needs the guy more than he does, and serving him is a very good opportunity. Mukyan thought for a moment, and after a short pause gave his consent, since they insisted so much. In turn, the guy also set a condition. This will only be while Yang is alive, and if he leaves the world, he will do whatever he wants. Looking the old general in the eye, he asked if this condition would be a problem for him. He scratched his beard, thanked him again for his directness, and said that he would soon give the guy all the necessary ammunition. Mukyan replied that they should do as they wish, but he was forced to leave for now and take some time for himself. After this, Oka asked his father if he had managed to find out anything about their guest, to which the old man laughed again. He said he heard a story about a guy and the leader of the Murim Alliance. He was also a martial artist, but was said to be dead. He also added that he doesn't know exactly what happened between Gugwan and the Alliance or another cult, but he feels that it won't lead to anything good. They don't know exactly who this guy is and can only hope for the best, but the general thinks it will only lead to trouble. At that time, Mukyan was walking around the estate. A masked man with a sword was sitting on the fence, watching him and giving him commands. The guy immediately noticed this, reacting calmly and saying that rats like them did not look good in this picture of night beauty. The group did not understand how he could notice them, and one of them gave the order to finish him off as quickly as possible. A moment later, the guy's voice was heard from behind the mercenary. His eyes were filled with anger, as before. Mukyan threw him down. He pressed himself against the wall and stared at the guy with fear, waiting for what would happen next. He also said that he didn't care who he was or why he was here, and he would be merciful because it was a very beautiful night. But he added that if they showed up here again with their pathetic intentions, he would tear them all in two before they could take a breath. At that very moment, the mercenary, without a doubt, began to run away as quickly as possible to save his life. The guy stood calmly with a bottle of alcohol in his hands, hoping that those who came understood the words and would not bother him anymore. The mercenaries went to the blue brothel of the cult of the warriors without shadow, a place where warriors from different towns came to relieve themselves. One of them headed into one of the luxurious halls, filled with smoke, saying that he had returned from a mission. There, a woman in a beautiful red dress that emphasized all the charms of her figure was waiting for him. She was ready to listen attentively. He began to say that it was a master of incredible strength, and all the first-rank assassins were defeated with a single blow. She smiled sarcastically, and noted that in that case, this was most likely the one they were looking for. He is the master of the boundless realm, and the former deputy of the founder of the demonic cult Mukyan. And she continued that a couple of years ago, this master received a mortal wound as a result of a conspiracy between a demonic cult and the leader of the Murim Alliance, and after that, he disappeared. To repay the care given to him after he lost his memories, he now works for General Yang and Ok. The woman said that they realized that it was really him, and that was enough, so they could go free. Now she was thinking about how to get to him, and whether she could use the information about his past to hint that she would help take revenge. She also thought about the option of killing General Yang and having Mukyan join her. After thinking for a bit, she decided that she had been hasty about the latter, but she had no final plan of action. She noted that in any case, the news that the boy had survived would probably soon reach the demonic cult, and then the entire world of Murim would tremble. Mukyan still lived in his town, was on the training ground, and trained the now grown-up boy with whom he spent time in his childhood. The passway signed to a monomal, the tool figures, and we have tried hard to show his capabilities and somehow resist the former deputy of the cult, but only received blows. The boy, wincing in pain, said that this was sword training and that martial arts could not be used. The man laughed and clarified that when faced with an opponent armed with a sword, one must be prepared to do everything to survive. He also continued that Mr. Oka asked to be taught how to wield his sword, but it seemed that the boy had not advanced at all in his skill. He only complained that he was only getting a slap on the wrist, to which Mukyan seriously asked what exactly the boy wanted him to do. Okan, that was the boy's name, cried out for him to teach him martial arts. Continuing, he spoke about such techniques as wielding a sword to cut through anything, or something that he could use to break a boulder with one punch without getting hurt. In general, something like what is spoken about in legends, and so that later legends would be made about the guy as well. Mukyan listened to him carefully and thought that the guy was really out of touch with reality, but he still wanted to help. He asked to look at the tall building in the palace, the gun tower. He specified that this building contains countless scrolls describing secret techniques collected from all over the world. And after reading all of them, the man, who had reached a very high rank, realized that there was no absolute supreme martial art in the world. He also said that if you imagine two styles of martial arts as equal, it becomes clear that all martial arts are related to each other like rock, paper, and scissors. For example, shield bearers are weak against spearmen, and spearmen can do nothing against archers. And the archers, in turn, are not able to cope with the shield bearers, so the whole chain is interconnected. Also, Mukyan said that if he wanted to perform a Blue Castle successive attack, he would do it like this. At that very moment, the master performed an amazing martial arts technique that the boy was trying to use. Okan was surprised by what he saw. He realized that his technique was used in the same way, but it turned out to be much stronger. Turning to him, Mukyan summed it up by saying that it is not the technique itself that is important, but the one who uses it. He also added that if you are constantly being hit, then you start to dodge so as not to get hit, and then you want to hit back, and your skills will naturally improve. The action took place in an open field. It looked like a nomadic camp of the tribe that settled here. A crowd of healthy bearded men shouted the name of Krypton in one voice, as if raising him above all. He was not the tallest or most built man among those present, but he was quite strong and looked intimidating. After a fight with his opponents, he turned to the screaming crowd and proudly raised his hand up, accepting all the congratulations. They, in turn, all fell to their knees, admitted their defeat, and asked the Supreme Khan of Mongolia to lead them further. The news spread quickly. General Yang already knew about it. Sitting at the table, he asked his interlocutor if he had heard anything. He also added that a new Khan has appeared in Mongolia, and he is interested in the opinion of society. His interlocutor was Marin, Deputy General of the Northeastern Army. He said that he had been worried about this for some time. He clarified that they are usually busy fighting among themselves, but once they unite it becomes a big problem, and it needs to be dealt with before they gather all the tribes. Yang responded that, in that case, he suggests not to delay and close this issue as quickly as possible. He asked for 200 archers and 10,000 infantry, and the rest would be taken care of by the Great Dark Wind Imperial Army and Major General. Marin was a little worried, thinking that there would be many more enemies, and asked if the general had any plan. The old man, as usual, laughed and said that there was no need to worry about trifles. He would solve everything. Clenching his fist, he also added that he did not consider it necessary to have any special plan against the wolf pack. After all, he thinks that in order to win, all he needs to do is deal with their leader, and then the rest of the gang will fall apart. After some time, their military campaign began. The team also included the newcomer Okan and his teacher, Mukyan. The man asked the boy why he was so happy, to which he replied that he was very happy to join the great imperial army of the Dark Wind. And he also said that now he can perform great feats, and his grandfather will finally respect him. Mukyan, in turn, said that in order to accomplish the great feats that the boy was talking about, one would have to kill, and asked him if he had ever killed. There was a heavy pause in the conversation. The man looked at the boy with a cold gaze and wondered if he was ready to kill someone. He added that a lot of blood is shed in war, and to stay alive, you need to have enough courage. This is necessary in order to kill the enemy immediately as soon as you see a weak spot. Otherwise, you yourself will be killed. He also said with despair that when the time comes to take someone's life, your sword must strike without delay. Okan looked at the former deputy cult leader with a little concern, seeing something unusual about him, and asked if he remembered anything from the past. He replied that it was not that, but it seemed that killing was a normal part of his past, and the proof of that was his ability to unconsciously find the enemy's weak points. The man was lost in his thoughts and wondered why his martial arts skills were so honed and what kind of person he was. He also had thoughts about how many people he had managed to take away and whether he could have killed someone innocent. This is exactly what Mukyan had been thinking about lately, but unfortunately, no special memories came back to him. His student looked at him with pity, but did not know what to say. At that time, not far from them, one of the participants of the expedition also observed all this and listened attentively. After they set up camp, she approached the man and brazenly shouted that he was a newcomer to get his attention. It was the Frost Flower Lady, Manhwa. She asked with a displeased face how such a person could get the position of Captain Centurion in the detachment. Captain Lim, the foreman, watched this from afar. He knew the girl well and knew that she would not leave without an answer. Mukyan calmly told her that he didn't want to talk about it and asked her to just leave him alone. The lady did not calm down and continued that she did not care that the general was covering his back, and she was expecting an answer. The guy sighed and began to calmly talk to her, but his speech was interrupted by a sharp sound, instinctively familiar to him. It was the sound of a sword being pulled out of its sheath. Manhwa was about to strike the guy with anger. He turned around with lightning speed and delivered a strong and precise punch to the stomach, pushing the girl away. Not so calmly, but confidently, he said again that he was not interested in this and suggested ending it there. The girl, lying on the floor, did not understand what had happened because she could not lose to some unknown newcomer. Shouting that he was a bastard, she began to rise with a blade in her hands and said that she would now finish him off. Mukyan replied that he would have ignored it if it had simply been hostility, but in this case he had no choice. Taking out his blade, his demonic energy began to flow out and his eyes changed. He added that she would not regret her actions. Heading towards the target, the guy used sword technique, air energy concentration, and was determined. In turn, Manhwa tensed up, because only masters of the highest rank can use this technique, and he started with her right away. The girl stuck the blade into the ground and knelt down, as if admitting her mistake. Mukyan calmly told her that she was a quick learner and advised her to leave if she didn't want to fight. She, in turn, screamed and asked who the hell he was and where he came from. The guy looked down on her and asked if she was really interested in who he was. Without waiting for an answer, he continued that he himself did not know this and lost his memory after being betrayed by someone he trusted. He said that he himself was interested in who he was, but now it is not very important. After all, now he is simply repaying his debt to Mr. Yang for saving his life. As he began to leave, he said that he now hoped that he had answered all the questions and would not be disturbed anymore. After this, Lim immediately ran to Manhwa, worried about her, and asking if she was okay. Putting his hand on her shoulder, he told her not to be upset and to be proud that she had managed to fight a master like him at all. The girl quietly said that their captain was a much more amazing person than they thought. This was very unexpected for the captain corporal, and the warrior continued that she herself did not know for sure, but she was sure of one thing, and that was that the war would end much faster than planned for everyone. At that time, a meeting began in the palace of the demonic cult. Diren began by saying that bad news was known. With anger on his face, he told everyone that the deputy founder of the Mukyan cult was alive. Those present were also surprised by this news. They could not believe that this man survived. The advisor continued his speech and told the story of the boy, that now his name was Gugwan, and he joined the great army of the Dark Wind. He also added that he believes that he has not lost his memory of the events, since he ended up in the assassination squad. There was only one conclusion. We had to deal with him before the memories returned. Ngol also said that this only played into their hands. He also clarified that the guy had most likely forgotten about the cultivation technique he had mastered, and if that was the case, he would be easier to kill than a chicken. The cult founder said that it was not that easy, because Mukyan had joined the great army, and now they had to fight it to get to him. One of the deputies suggested that they could conspire with someone who held a grudge against General Yang, and if they dealt with him, they would be able to achieve their goal. Diren approved the plan and was confident that this time they would definitely finish what they had started. At that time, the battle between the army and the Mongols was in full swing. Blood was flowing, People were dying one after another. The strong guys easily dealt with ordinary imperial warriors, as they had superiority in physical terms. But their obstacle was that same Mukyan, who could kill a man 3 times his size with one swing of his blade. The new great Khan of Mongolia was watching him. He went to meet him, saying that he did not expect to meet such a warrior here. He announced his name, Krypton, and asked what the name of such a skilled master of the blade was. The guy introduced himself with his new nickname and was already ready for a serious fight. The man noted that he had a very impressive fighting spirit, and if so, then it was necessary to test it. He and his horse ran straight towards the guy and shouted that he was ready for a duel. Mukyan took the first blow. The Khan's strength was impressive. His sword trembled, and it felt like the trembling went right to his bones. Jin was sure that the guy would withstand this attack, and this only made him happy. But they didn't stop for long. A second, very strong blow followed. The other captains were watching this and noticed that the guy was being pushed back and were going to go to hell. He, in turn, shouted for everyone to step back because they would only get in the way. The opponents were serious, as if 2 different elements were clashing. The first is fire, strength, and fury, and the second is lightning, technique, and composure. After a couple more blows, Mukyan was able to break Khan's sword, which left him greatly injured. But he didn't even think of giving up, answering that he shouldn't hope that this was his only sword. Taking up another blade, he continued his advance towards the former deputy of the cult, trying to catch him in a mistake. Having cornered him, the Khan decided to strike what was to be the last blow. Mukyan also waited for this moment and made a successful counterattack, striking with a straight blow of the blade right in the chest. Without letting go of the sword and already tired, he said that the end of this fight had come. But the great Khan didn't think so. He laughed and asked the boy if he thought it would be so easy to win. And, grabbing him by the hand, he was ready to strike from above with his broken sword. At that very moment, Mukyan put all his strength into his hands and cut Krypton with an upward movement of his sword. He screamed in such pain, but also managed to say that it was a worthy fight before his death. Finishing the movement, the great warrior said a posthumous farewell to his enemy and also expressed gratitude. The entire army, led by the emperor, joyfully exclaimed, declaring their victory. Mukyan also began to say that although the general had ordered every tribe to be slaughtered so that they could never again gather strength, he secretly left one of them alive because he did not want a senseless slaughter. He also added that although he received some money for his contribution to this war, but nothing compares to a good cup of drink. He smiled calmly and sipped the alcohol. The boy was lost in his thoughts. According to what he read in the great imperial library, a person should feel guilty when he kills someone. But when he killed this great Khan, he felt only a strange pleasure, which seemed wrong to him. From everything he could remember and had already experienced, he could assume that he was a terrible person. At that moment, he heard the sounds of a musical instrument called koum. He did not understand who could play the koum in such a remote place. Mukyan saw a small house in the distance. He noted that it was strange, but it sounded very familiar. Having recognized the melody, he began to think, but the memory did not return. He became interested in who was playing there. At this time, Yang was already sitting in his residence, and he was glad that the war ended much faster than he expected. His secretary came into the office and said that he had visitors, which made him wary, because it was already late. The man saw General Ma and the other captains of the Centurions, but the question of why they came so late still remained. They greeted him, and noted that it was a beautiful evening, but they should be quieter because everyone was already asleep. He asked the men what brought them here, to which they asked in return, wasn't it he who invited them here? The captains also clarified that someone identified himself as a servant from his residence and brought them a message. Yang answered affirmatively that he did not invite them, and that everything looked very suspicious. The man said that they had better return to the army and tell their soldiers to get ready, but his speech was interrupted by laughter from behind. There was a young guy standing there. He greeted them and said that he had received an order from his superiors. It was one of the commanders of the great imperial army, Gong Hai, who said that Yang would be arrested for rebellion against the great imperial family. Ma was angered by this. He shouted that he was delirious, and added that he doubted that His Majesty had given such an order. The general already understood what would happen next. but still asked if the guy wanted to take full responsibility for his words. Gong Hai, smiling nastily, said that His Majesty had definitely given him such an order. The man, taking his sword out of its sheath, noted that the guy was already getting on his nerves, but this was the last straw, and he would cut him in half and tell the emperor the whole truth. He also began to take out his blade and, jokingly, asked if the old man really thought that he was better at martial arts than him. The battle for truth began. Gong Hai was confident of his victory, as he had one trump card up his sleeve. At that time, Mukian had already reached the strange house and decided to go in. There he saw a girl and told her that it was a wonderful performance. She was silent for a long time, which was a little strange, and then asked who he was. The guy apologized and asked for forgiveness for coming uninvited. He followed the sounds of the melody because he wanted to ask something. The girl, turning to face him, asked in a gentle voice what exactly he wanted to ask. His question was, had she taught anyone to play this musical instrument before? But his question was interrupted. The guy grabbed his chest. It became difficult for him to breathe. He did not understand what was happening and began to cough. The owner of this house, with a smile on her face, replied that it was a magical composition of 1,000 songs. That was the name of the music he heard. After a short pause, she continued that it was a long time ago. A very beautiful long-haired brunette stood in front of the guy. She greeted him, calling him the deputy founder, Mukayan. He sat on the floor and tried to understand at least something. He asked who she was and if she knew him. The girl replied that she knew him before he lost his memory, and that he was a master of the highest level. Touching him with her palm, she continued that all his skills were based on the cultivation technique of chastity. She said she didn't think the guy would be able to resist for so long after hearing that sound, but now she had to get out of here quickly. Placing her hand on his shoulder, she said that the deputy founder of the cult should get down to business as quickly as possible. Gently embracing his neck, which was already tightening from his labored breathing, she invited him to let go of everything and surrender to the peace his body deserved. After finishing the process, the girl reported that he had lied about his technique being based on chastity. The guy replied that she had incorrect information, and he wanted to know how true it was. He asked how much of what she told him was true and whether he was really the Mukiyan she was talking about. She replied that it was absolutely true. He was the deputy founder of a demonic cult, but the cult betrayed him, and for some reason he's still alive, and now the demonic cult is scared of the consequences and has started to ruin his life. The guy said it was strange that she was telling him this so easily, but she replied that she had done her job and the rest was up to them. She also clarified that they are alone in this place, but at General Yang's residence, it is now very cheerful. At that time, the old general stood on a column with a blade. His soldiers were defeated, and he was left alone. Gong Hai said that it was useless to resist and suggested that they simply surrender. He responded with a shout that he was a bastard and didn't even know what he had done. He got involved with the demonic cult itself, which went beyond all bounds. The man understood that he couldn't just give up. He had to take at least this traitor with him. As he stood up, he said that the boy had chosen the wrong path and would pay for it, because only a man could do that. He also said that his sword struck so fast that he could not parry the blows, and there was a reason for this. It was that perhaps the guy had become a little lighter below the waist. The general was trying to get him mad with such statements, and he really succeeded. The eyes of the young traitor were already filled with anger. He called out Yang's name and moved sharply towards him just as the man had wanted. At the same time, the old man took out several iron coins from his pocket and threw them towards him. He instantly reflected them and laughed, saying that this trick definitely wouldn't work on him. But it was just a trick. Yang filled his sword with incredible energy and was ready to deliver the final blow. He shouted that he had put all his remaining strength into it and told the boy to get ready. It was a sword strike technique that slashed at evil. The energy in the form of a huge evil dragon was directed straight at Gong Hai. He was pleasantly surprised and laughed constantly, noting that he could not have thought that the old man would have held out until the end. But he had something to answer with. The man was surprised by such an answer. He did not understand how he was going to parry the blow. In an instant, the guy said goodbye to General Yang and headed straight for the strike. With the tip of his sword, he cut through this clot and delivered his secret blow straight into the man. He, in turn, did not understand how this was possible, but it was already too late. His body was pierced through and through. Exclamation. A small crater formed at the site of the battle. Yang was already unconscious and was dying peacefully. At that time, praise came from behind the boy. Deputy Founder Nung said that he was truly a great warrior. And now even the greatest master of the Yang army turned out to be a worthy opponent for him. He also gave orders to his warriors to take care of the remaining soldiers inside and leave no one alive. The guy thanked the man in response and said that thanks to the demonic cult, it was not particularly difficult for him to do this. He also asked what about Guguan, who the cult was looking for. The deputy replied that it was not worth his attention and that the management would take care of it. At the same time, a noise began at the central gate. A figure appeared from the darkness, killing 2 warriors with one swing. Nung was excited and didn't understand how he got there, and Gong Hai just laughed and said that he looked dangerous. Turning to his new ally, he noted that, judging by the description and reaction, they were looking for him. As he approached, Mukyan said he didn't care whether they were acquaintances or enemies, or for what reason they sought his death. After all, what's important is what's happening in the present, and now he just wants to enjoy life. But now, they have killed the man he served, and they must be prepared to face the consequences. The man screamed for everyone not to just stand there because he was just an idiot who had lost his memory and ordered all the forces of the cult to attack him. They must kill him at any cost and without hesitation. The demonic cult mercenaries, following the order, headed towards the guy. It wasn't particularly difficult for him. His body remembered that he was the greatest master, and he cut one after another with ease. But then Gong Hai stood in his way and tried to strike, but Mukyan immediately dodged. The boy, as usual, laughed and said that he still knew how to dodge. He asked Nung if he would allow him to deal with this warrior himself. He was not against it, but warned the guy to be careful, because even though he was weakened, he was still a master who had reached the boundless kingdom. The boy said that, if it came down to it, it would be even more interesting. Mukyan was surprised by this action and asked if he really intended to fight alone. He replied that of course, since it was not easy to find a sword master as skilled as he was. A few seconds later, the former deputy founder was already behind the guy and preparing to strike. Putting enormous physical strength into his fist, he sent Gong Hai straight into the concrete fortification. In the cloud of dust that arose after the blow, part of the guy's face appeared. He said that he was full of tricks. Mukyan didn't stop. He headed straight for his enemy and performed a move, a world-destroying blade swing, to which the boy responded with his own move. Poisonous Typhoon of the Purple Dragon. 2 very different energies collided with each other. The great warrior knelt down due to lack of strength. Gong Hai said that it was time to end this, and he would definitely bring flowers to his grave. Mukyan was about to continue the fight, since it was not in his nature to give up so easily, but he was stopped by a vile blow to the back from Nung. This move was so strong that it left virtually no chance of survival. The guy was practically smashed into the concrete. The elder apologized to the boy for interfering in the fight, but wanted Mukyan to die for sure. Gong Hai said that he was worrying too much and shouldn't have thought that he could lose. Nung replied that if the powers dormant in this guy were somehow released, he would become invincible. So this decision was made. Mukyan was immersed in his own world. He was in another consciousness and saw darkness in front of him. He wondered if this was how he would die and what he was fighting for. Perhaps it was out of gratitude to the people who saved him, but he also noted that his life was free from attachments. Or maybe it was for the honor of a martial artist, but he didn't even know what kind of master he was. There was also a thought that all this could be for the sake of revenge of the guilty, but after thinking about it, he came to the conclusion that this was all not it. What he desired is at the end of everything. That is absolutely certain. It is above all this. The boy couldn't quite figure out what he was thinking, but his memories displayed images of the mastery of the boundless realm. A few seconds later, Mukyan's body was already standing on its feet. His enemies were very surprised by what was happening. Nung didn't even have time to say anything, as in an instant, the man's blade approached him, and Nung was cut in 2. Gong Hai was pierced by fear. He did not understand how one of the cult's deputies and a member of the Elders' Society could be cut down so easily in a split minute. After all, a second ago this guy was almost dead, and now even his aura of internal energy has changed. But he was ready to continue fighting, taking out his sword and asking Gugwan if he had used any forbidden technique. He had no idea what was going on here, but a person can't change that much in an instant, so he just went on the attack. The Way of the Flickering Sword, Chapter 3, First Move, Blade Control. A strong flow of energy met the attack. Also, after this move cut Gonghai's blade in two, the boy turned to him and told him not to call him Gugwan. After all, his real name is Mukayan, and now he will pay in full for what he did and wanted to do. Other elders of the demonic cult also approached the city. Thousand Miles Walker and Flute Lord. They were thinking about how the operation went, and maybe they just overestimated the guy, and he had already forgotten his techniques. At that moment, a powerful explosion occurred in the estate, accompanied by a surge of divergent energy. Renji assumed it was a flash from a sword strike with an enhanced aura, but they needed to check for sure, so they headed there. When they arrived, they saw a terrible scene. The entire army of the Imperial Palace and the elite forces of the demonic cult were all killed, and even Nung. After a while, a sound came from above. The guy noted that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and grinning, asked how they were doing. Looking up and seeing this man, the men had mixed feelings: surprise, anger, fear. It was the same former deputy of the Mukyan cult founder that they have been trying to kill for a long time. The guy hurried to please them that he had fully restored his memory, so they could ask him any questions. The elders realized that things were bad, and now they could not defeat him. Mukyan continued that they did not have the courage to escape by running away, but if they decided to fight him, they would surely die. Exclaiming that he was the deputy of a demonic cult, the man announced that from now on he would completely rewrite his history. In other words, he specified that he would capture him and become the new head of the cult. He also offered the men a choice: either they die by his hand now, just like the cult leader's watchdogs, or he can offer another option. They can join him in taking over the cult and will henceforth be his watchdogs, doing whatever he orders. The elders knelt down to bow to Mukyan and said they agreed to the second option. Mukayan ordered to gather the remaining people and serve him. Together they will write the history of Murim in blood. Some time passed. The captains of the great army came to the man. He said that thanks to their help, they easily captured this place, and as a leader he thanks them. They, in turn, said that they should be grateful that he saved them from the ambush because without him, they would be dead. They also asked how he should be addressed: Gugwan or deputy founder of the Mukyan cult, to which the man replied that it made absolutely no difference to him. Wan continued and asked why he decided to save them, since now that his memory had returned, he didn't need to be with them. Mukyan replied that it was because of the memories of when he was Gugwan and they shouldn't worry. He doesn't want anything in return. They said they had nowhere to go, since the general was no longer there, and the imperial court was falsely accusing them of various crimes. For this reason, they discussed everything among themselves and decided to serve under the deputy of the cult of Mukyan. He, in turn, clarified that he is the deputy of the demonic cult, but they did not react in any way because they trust him as a person. The man smiled and added that this would be an invaluable help to him, and from now on, he could count on them. Manhwa additionally asked if it wouldn't be too much trouble to talk to the guy alone. Having gone to a secluded place, the girl asked if the guy still had memories from the moments when he was Gugwan. He answered ambiguously, yes and no. He asked her not to be surprised because it was a riddle. He was telling it like it was. He still has memories, but they seem unreal to him. The captain realized that the boy remembered everything. She asked Mukyan what his next plans were. The man replied that he needed more warriors, because even though he spoke of revenge, he did not have enough people to compete with the cult. He also hired a man named Seol to train them and plans to further spread his influence. Manhwa clarified that this was not a reproach. She was simply saying that since he had decided to act, he needed to approach the matter very thoughtfully. The guy noted that he once knew someone who could also carefully persuade him. The girl added that she was just obeying his orders. Mukyan smiled and said that she was right, and told her to act in the way that she could see best. She also asked why he called the squad Shaanxi Province Demonic Cult Squad. If they really wanted to take revenge, they should choose a different name. The cult's deputy responded that such was the nature of the cult. In a demonic cult, the strong dominate the weak, and if he were to challenge as a representative of another cult, it would be considered a full-scale war. So the founder's followers will have to choose which side to take, and perhaps this plan will trap Jin Chol. At that time, somewhere in the deep forest, in one of the caves, was the founder of the demonic cult Diren. He thought that since he reached the boundless demonic realm, he no longer felt an increase in his inner strength. This question worried him greatly, because he did not know what to do now, especially given all the events. His plans have failed. He has lost Nung, who has walked 1,000 miles, and Lord of the Flute, and their minions now serve Mukyan. If he decides to gather everyone else, they will most likely go over to his side. He used to laugh at Mukyan, saying that he could travel 1,000 miles alone and conquer all of Murim. But now he missed those times when they just had fun drinking. Mukyan walked through the market and thought about how Manhwa was asking him too many questions and decided that he needed a drink now. As he passed, he noticed out of the corner of his eye how 2 men were threatening a young guy who was trying to resolve the conflict. The cult's deputy decided to stop and see what would happen next and have a drink at the same time. The bandits had already drawn their swords and were ready to deal with the boy, but he asked them not to be offended, because they started first, and also took the blade out of its sheath. It was a very unusual sword. The guy held it skillfully in his hands, and Mukyan immediately noticed it. The man walked straight towards the guy. He didn't really understand what was going on, and thought it was another one of the bandits. He took a stance and waited for them to come at him so he could counterattack. As the cult deputy approached him, the boy swung. But a split second later, Mukyan was already behind the guy and grabbed him by the hair, pulling him towards himself. He clarified that he was asking only once and told me to think carefully about my answer. Filling his palm with energy and placing it on the guy's throat, he asked where he got this blade. He also clarified that the name of the sword was the Sword of Shining Jade. His teacher had fought with it, and if the guy got the blade in a vile way, he would regret it. The guy immediately screamed and got excited. He asked the man if he was that same Mukyan. The situation calmed down a bit. They realized that they needed to talk and went to a quiet place. There the guy told everything. He had the same teacher as Mukyan. He taught the young boy how to handle a sword and left him after his death. He also said that the teacher constantly remembered Mukyan and noted that he was his most skilled student. Mukyan asked how they met. The guy replied that he met the teacher on Mount Hua. At that time, he was living in seclusion due to circumstances. The deputy immediately thought it was because of him, and maybe the demonic cult was exerting pressure. He also asked how their teacher died. The boy replied with regret that he died after great suffering, and no medicine could help him. What was happening to him was called distortion of internal energy. It is accompanied by pain, depending on the amount of energy accumulated in the victim's body. Mukyan said that usually those who are around at such moments will grant death to relieve suffering. But since the guy was in the justice faction, he most likely did not know this. Standing up, the man advised him to train hard, because he would not like to hear that a student of such a great teacher died somewhere in battle. This situation upset the deputy cult a little. He decided to go further for a drink. That's how they said goodbye. Pausing for a moment, he recalled a few moments from his life and the beginning of his training. Looking up at the sky, he wished his teacher to rest in peace. At that moment, Jin Cholal was conducting experiments with evil spirits far away in the forest. He created a huge monster and sent several experienced warriors to try to deal with it. It scared them, but they were sure that they could handle it because it was just a big piece of meat, and they were martial arts masters. But it turned out not to be so simple. The creature easily scattered them in different directions, and they did not even cause him any harm. The creator was pleased, because even the members of the prominent Murim clans could not compete with the heavenly spirit, as he called it. He decided that everything was ready, and it was time to act. A gate opened in the rock, and hundreds of similar creatures began to emerge from there. The man noted that he would use everything he had and would make every effort to achieve his goal. His goal is to rule over everyone as the demon god of the demon clan, and he had a plan. After some time, guests came to visit Mukyan. He was indignant and asked again what the man had just said. He revealed that they were elders and subordinates who had previously served the founder Jinchol, and they were expressing their loyalty to the founder's deputy, Mukyang. Manhwa also didn't really understand what was happening because Jinchol was the founder of the demon clan, and he sent his subordinates straight to the enemy. Mukyan was really angry about this. He asked the elder how he thought he should respond now. After all, he would never trust the founder Jinchol after everything that had happened before. It was simply unacceptable. The man replied that he understood all his anger, but they were only here to carry out the founder's final order. He ordered them to serve under the founder's deputy, even if they had previously been enemies. Mukyan asked angrily what the purpose of this was, but the man did not answer. He only said that they had such an order. At the same time, guests also came to the founder of the cult, Diren. He asked what brought them here at such a late hour. There stood the elders who had remained on the side of the cult founder, led by Jinchol. He laughed and told him not to pretend that he did not know the purpose of their visit. The cult founder knew why they had come. It was to start a rebellion. The man offered him a good surrender. Diren, in turn, clarified that if he claimed the position of founder, he would be obliged to meet with Mukyan, and asked if they had enough courage. Jinchol calmly replied that he shouldn't worry about it, since he already had everything thought out. He realized that he would not give up so easily and said that he had no choice, after which he gave the order to his monsters to begin the attack from above. But the founder of the demonic cult was not so simple. He easily repelled the attack with one blow. Although his skills were nowhere near as good as Mukyan's, he was still rightfully the founder of the clan. The man changed noticeably. His eyes turned purple, and his hands filled with poison. He laughed and shouted that it wouldn't be that easy. Jinchi-Sol smiled. He didn't expect anything less, and he saw that Diren was as strong as he always was. But he also asked, does he think he is showing his full power too early? The founder was angry. He began to accumulate a lump of energy between his hands, saying that they seemed to not understand him. After this, there was a very strong explosion. The building literally flew into pieces, and the fight moved to the street. From the rising dust came a literal monster in the form of a man, and asked if they now understood that ordinary creatures were not enough to defeat him. Jin didn't understand the man. He said that with such power he could have just run away, but he was still standing here. And he asked the question, why doesn't he run away, but rather stubbornly stands his ground until the end? Diren replied that he had been thinking a lot lately, and had decided that it made no difference whether it was Mukyan's revenge or this rebellion. But in the end, all this only leads to his death, and the transfer of his place to the next one. And if the result is unchanged, then his choice is no longer important. He, as the founder, had to make a choice for the sake of the demonic cult. And so, following the laws of the power of the strong over the weak, the current founder of the cult said that he appoints Mukyan as his successor, and he sentenced Jinchol and everyone else to death, because they left him no other options. He started killing one creature after another. There were many of them, but he did not stop and only added that it all looked pathetic. But Yangon also entered the fray. He said without hesitation that he would personally behead the cult founder. Jin, watching their fight, thought that it was high time to begin what he had planned. Behind him stood a squad of archers, and he gave the order for everyone to get ready and load their bows. Diren was busy with his own fight. He wanted to first deal with this upstart, and then move on to the main thing. But then he saw an arrow in his torso. He couldn't understand how it got through his aura-enhanced defense. The leader of the rebellion clarified that he knew perfectly well that ordinary arrows would not harm him, but if he, the one who was on the same level of the demonic realm, fired the arrow, it would reach its target. The cult founder was very angry about this. He knew that he was being tricked and that they were not going to fight fairly. He headed straight for the target, but the upstart blocked his way again, and the archers, led by Jinchol, were already loading arrows. He also thanked the founder for all the work he had done, but said it was a necessity. Having lost his enhanced form, Diren was now sitting on one knee, wounded and exhausted. He congratulated the man on his position as founder, but he advised him not to rejoice, because Mukyan would soon attack along with those who believed in him. He repeated that he should not worry, and added that, unlike him, who was sitting there uselessly, he had already taken care of this. He hired the Dark Moon Assassin Ring and was confident that he would have the strength to deal with Mukyan. At that time, the founder was already pinned face down to the ground by a huge monster, but he finally said that all of Jinchol's actions were very low and spoiled the clan's reputation. In response, he confidently said that influence goes to the winner, and it doesn't matter how exactly the victory was achieved. He also ordered that the founder of the cult be deprived of his energy center and tied up so that he could not find salvation in death, because he could still be useful. The man was confident that if he gained the upper hand over Mukyan, he would be able to subjugate all the demon worshippers and would be close to uniting all of Murim under his rule. His next victim was the leader of the Murim Alliance, Chonggak. He also started with a large number of his creatures. He fought back successfully, but there was no end to them. Jinchol laughingly told him not to relax, because he still had a lot in reserve. Chonggak asked him how he could do this and whether he really thought that he could capture all of Murim in this way. He replied that he still considered it possible and eventually forced him to kneel before him. And now he will have the entire Murim Alliance in his hands. He added that it seemed like he was wasting his time talking to him now. At that time, in the palace where Mukyan lived, he forced the servant who came to them to fight. He only asked what they wanted from him. Mukyan specified that he wanted their clan to serve as a temporary source of resources for him, which scared the man. He didn't want to get involved in the war, but the founder's deputy said that he had been in the middle of a war for a very long time. He also said with all seriousness that this was a bloody war, a war between demon worshippers. He understood that he had captured all the clans in the region, and now preparations for the battle were proceeding according to plan. But he didn't understand one thing. Why did Jinchol do this? If he betrayed him, and if he showed hostility to him, he would take revenge until the very end. The more the man thought about it, the worse his soul became. He decided to go out for a drink, but then, from the darkness of the forest, he saw flashes of metal tips. A dozen arrows were flying at him. It was a cheap trick that would not catch him. He dodged and dropped to the ground, looking around. In the distance, behind a tree, he saw the silhouette of a man in a black cloak. His face was not visible, and the cloak was blowing in the wind. Mukyan started running straight towards him, but after a few seconds, arrows with some substance on the ends of them started flying at him again. The man dodged again and said he didn't know who had sent him, but he found it funny to think that such cheap tricks would work on him. A few seconds later, he smelled something. It was the sleeping gas contained in the arrowheads and mixed with the smoke. The cult's deputy got tired of this and exclaimed that if he was hiding behind a tree, he would cut down the entire forest. After some time, only fallen trees remained around, but he still could not find the mercenary. He skillfully camouflaged himself in the bushes and thought that nothing else could be expected from the master of the boundless realm, because he was even stronger than they said. He also thought that if he prepared well, there would be a chance to deal with him, but it seemed that this was not the case. He began to think that they had decided to get rid of him, but he still decided that a mission was a mission, and since he was here as a killer, he couldn't just run away. As soon as Mukyan saw the mercenary, he immediately clutched the blade in his hands and moved forward towards the enemy. But this again turned out to be the mercenary's plan. The ground beneath the man began to crack, forming a huge crater into which debris fell. Due to the sleeping gas, Mukyan's body became noticeably slower and he fell deeper and deeper. The killer approached the crater and decided that after such a fall, not a single master would remain unharmed, which meant that the goal had been achieved. In that same split second, he saw a stone in front of him, flying apart into two pieces, and behind it, a sword that cut his body. Mukyan continued to fall, but he smiled and said that not everything always goes as planned. After some time, the allies of the deputy founder of the cult were already there. They were diligently searching for him among the ruins. The trap was huge, so they said it would take a long time to search everything. The flute master shouted at them not to think about stopping their search. as they had to find a deputy as soon as possible. The mercenary was caught and sat tied up. He said that they were wasting their time. This trap was created especially for Mukyan. Manhwa was very angry and told him to shut up, because if he continued, she would not forgive him. The elder trainer also told him not to rejoice, because his life was spared only to find out who was behind this. He calmly added that he was in no hurry and that his head would part with his body at the appointed time. He just laughed and said he wouldn't say anything. After that, the girl couldn't take it anymore and hit him in the stomach with her knee. This scene was observed by two people in black capes on the top of the mountain. They talked about the consequences, but decided that it did not matter, because the goal had been achieved. They just need to buy some time for Jinchul to completely take over the demon clan, and even if Mukyang is alive, they will destroy his allies, and he alone will not do anything. The spies quickly got the message across. They reported that the mercenary Riang had done his job well. Soon, Jinchul went to an important meeting. The leader of the Murim Alliance and the now former founder of the cult were also there, handcuffed. It was a meeting with Seokhan, the supreme leader of the demon clan. His first question was why he stopped and did not finish off Diren. He chuckled and said that he simply felt sorry to see his son in such a state, so he decided to leave him alive. Khan said that the key value of the demon clan is that the strongest should rule, and he cannot consider someone who lost the battle as a leader, even if it is his son. He also said that he couldn't appoint him as the new leader of the clan yet, since there was Mukyang. Jinchul didn't like this, and he again stated that he had already taken care of it. The demonic Bloodsword squad will soon destroy Mukyang's forces, and after that he will definitely become the new founder. The old man replied that he would wait and see if he could really rise to the level he wanted to occupy. At that time, there was a meeting at Mukyang's headquarters of captains, centurions, and foremen who had previously come under his leadership. They talked about how the demon clan couldn't be trusted because they were former government forces and could be thrown out at any moment. One of them said that they were here of their own free will, and even if the situation changed, the deputy founder saved them. Manhwa stood up and slammed her fist on the table. She reminded everyone that they were soldiers and defending this country, and now that the situation had gotten worse, they couldn't just run away. She said that Mukyang personally saved them, and if it weren't for him, they wouldn't be here talking now. So she'll be with him until the end. Everyone else remained unconvinced, but still accepted that they would be here and carry out orders. Entering another room, she saw the deputy founder with a bandaged body and a general of the personnel. The man thanked the girl and said that she had tried hard, and thought that she had managed to fool everyone. Riang was also dragged here. He was surprised and did not understand how he survived. Mukyang laughed and said that he just pretended to fall there. Seol noted that he and the deputy founder of the cult knew about the attack and discussed it a couple of days ago, and then acted according to the situation. Earlier, the old man had asked Mukyang if he was sure that it was the Blood Clan's servants who were following him. He was absolutely sure, since he had encountered them before, and there were no other options. So then he asked the question, what, in the opinion of an experienced master, he should do with them, and they decided to use this to deceive Jinchul Ingol. The deputy founder was deliberately alone in an isolated place. They knew he would not miss such an opportunity, and if he pretended to be dead, this information would reach Ingol's ears and allow him to be caught off guard later. Mukyang approved of the plan, and they went into action. He just didn't expect it to end in a huge crater and got a little injured. After finishing his story, the deputy founder turned to the mercenary and added that he did not expect him to be so skilled. And if his target had not been him, the guy would have certainly succeeded. But Ryan was in a bad mood and asked to simply kill him. The guy smiled and instead suggested that she take the opportunity to join him. The mercenary was very surprised. He thought it was a joke. But Mukyang said that he didn't see anything wrong with it. He also specified that, while serving him, he could always try to kill him. And if he succeeded, he would not fail the task, but would become famous as a skilled killer. After all, the man hasn't had this kind of pleasure in a long time, so he needs someone like this mercenary to relax. The guy replied that he didn't have much choice, so he accepted the offer and would do whatever they said. The deputy founder said that this was great, and that the incident could now be considered closed, which meant that it was time to get down to business. Turning to Sol and Manhwa, he told them to prepare quickly. as they would soon meet those who had attempted to take his life. After some time, a group of martial artists led by Yangun reached Mukyan's base. The leader of the detachment ordered to break through the defense with all forces and not to spare anyone on the way until they reached the goal. Entering through the central gate, they did not see a single warrior. Also, all the doors in the buildings were open, and things were scattered. The man realized that something was wrong here, because if Mukyan was dead, there should be a lot of people from the great Imperial Army and the Demon Clan here. He didn't fully understand what had happened, whether they had escaped, and, if so, where they could have hidden. Meanwhile, in the Valley of 100,000 Great Mountains, at the base of the Demon Clan, as usual, guards were standing at their posts. One of them noticed that the ground beneath him seemed to be shaking and the torches were flickering strangely, and he told his partner about it. He replied that he was just a coward, because if they were a justice faction, they would be attacked every day. So he advised him to stop talking nonsense and continue to watch. But the arrow that pierced his partner made the man shut up. Renji was at the head of this detachment. He laughed and said that he didn't think that the last line of defense was weakened to such an extent. He gave the order to kill everyone immediately and also to launch a sonic arrow to inform others. On the other side stood the Imperial Regiment, led by captains, foremen, and centurions. They were to go around and break straight into the heart of the demonic clan. Inside the palace, nothing foreshadowed trouble yet. Jinchol discussed further actions with Elder Mosang. The elder said that everything was going according to plan, and that the conquest of the Muram alliance was a matter of time. But their conversation was interrupted by noise and a red glow coming from the guard post, which alerted Ingol. Khan also noticed this and approached him to ask if he should do something instead of panicking. The old man said that he came to see what all the noise was in the middle of the night, and asked the man what was going on there. He continued that someone had broken through 100,000 great mountains that had been considered impregnable for the last 1,000 years, and he knew what that meant. Jinchol apologized to the Supreme Leader and said that he would immediately go and personally look into the situation. But before he could go anywhere, Mukyan appeared on the balcony parapet in front of him and said that it was time to start. The Imperial Army team was already at the central gate and had entered the battle. They needed to get through the inner fortress and help the deputy founder. The Demon Clan was not going to surrender. They took up a defensive position, and their command ordered them to stand to the last. All clan forces had to respond to the enemy's attack and protect the main hall at any cost. Mukyan, looking at all this from above, noticed that it looked like their people would fight right before their eyes. As he descended from the parapet, he added that, whatever the case, they could resolve their differences in their own way. The Supreme Leader greeted him and explained that many years had passed, but he never thought that he would be the one leading the invasion. The man replied that he had a couple of issues to sort out with Ingol, which is why he had to make this mess so early in the morning. Mosang knew that if Mukyan decided to resolve this by force, they had no chance, and they needed to convince Khan to intervene. He exclaimed that the deputy founder was using an army affiliated with the government, which was prohibited by the clan's rules. Mukyan responded that he simply took under his wing those who were abandoned by the state and does not see a problem with this. The old man said that since it was not against the rules and remained a clan matter, he should not interfere. Placing his hand on Jinchul's shoulder, he said that he would only watch to see how he could resolve the situation. Also leaving, Khan reiterated that, in accordance with the right of the strong, members of the Demon Clan will have to welcome the new leader. Elder Mosang realized that things were bad and turned to Mukyan, saying that he was not to blame and was only following Ingol's orders. Almost crying, he repeated that he could not go against the hierarchy of the Demon Clan, so he ended up here. Jinchul didn't like this. He used the Black Demonic Palm of Death technique. An explosion occurred at the scene, briefly obscuring everything around, making Mukyan unable to see. After that, he looked back and saw that Mosang was dead, and Jinchul himself was gone. He decided to run away. As he ran away, he thought that, of course, he did not expect Mukyan to die, but he also did not think that he would meet him again so soon. He understood that he couldn't just give up like that, because this was the Demon Clan's business, and he still had a couple of trump cards. But Mukyan followed him and was already close. Ingol realized that there was no way back, and he had to decide now. Turning around, he angrily asked the deputy founder if he thought he had come here just like that, without any plan. A few seconds later, a huge axe flew at the man. He looked around and didn't immediately understand where it came from. Ingle summoned his creatures. He spoke of showing him the perfect monsters he had created over decades of research. He used the bodies of the martial artists who ruled these lands and his knowledge. It was a perfect masterpiece. The man ordered Mukyan to be killed, and the dead men all headed straight towards him. They really looked menacing, but this did not make the deputy founder retreat at all. He literally dealt with them in an instant. When he finished, he asked if it was a pity for him to spend decades of research for the sake of 1 minute of combat. He could not believe that his invention did not cause even the slightest harm to Mukyan and considered it impossible. He couldn't think for long, because the martial arts master had already dealt his first blow to him. Jinchul was just defending himself and felt useless. Mukyan wanted him to feel despair. He started screaming why everything happened this way, because he put so much effort into this path. For decades, he worked towards becoming the leader of the clan, killing others and working to become stronger at any cost. But Mukyan is not interested in anything except the martial arts themselves, and he does not care about power over the world. The founder's deputy replied that it didn't matter, because he had only been plotting behind his back and performing black magic. And now, he was nothing more than a third-rate villain. Gathering his last strength and overcoming despair, Jean Ingol shouted his opponent's name and headed straight for him. But he had no chance. A blow from a blade cut his chest, and he flew down from a great height. The only thing on his mind was that he couldn't die here because he hadn't achieved his goal and dream yet. Looking down, Mukyan had flashbacks from the beginning of his journey, when he first joined the clan and started training. He also recalled his first teacher who gave him a push and revealed his true potential. His first team, and then how he became their teacher, all the battles he went through on his way to becoming the deputy founder. Ryan's death was also on his mind. She is one of the few people who brought him joy and pain. He remembered that room, all the people standing above him, and that whole sinister plan that had no purpose. He also recalled his escape, the death of his student, and that very immersion in water, after which he lost his memory. After that, he looked up at the clear sky and decided that finally this long journey was over and he could breathe a sigh of relief. At this time, Renji quickly ran up to him. Mukyan asked how the battle went. He said that they had won. The victory had come easily because they had taken the enemy by surprise. He also clarified that they found out the location of the very person the man was interested in. He was in an underground prison, and Mukyan went straight there. When he entered, he saw an old man chained to the wall. It was Diren. He smiled and asked if he had come to complete his revenge. He also said not to be afraid, because since his energy was taken away, all the years he had lived came back to him. The old man said a lot more, but Mukyan was interested in only one question. Why was he betrayed? The former founder replied that this would not have happened if he had sat quietly, but they could not come to terms with his unpredictability. He also clarified that he was simply jealous of him, since the existence of someone stronger than the founder of the cult could not cause other emotions. But he soon realized that he had done wrong, so he transferred all his powers to him and fought against Jinchul. After finishing his story, he asked Mukyan to do one last thing to finally put an end to everything. He asked to grant him peace with his blade, as well as the leader of the alliance, Murim Chonggak. The man clarified that this is a miserable life, because a tiger is happy when it lives as a tiger should. Mukyan understood everything and did not say anything more. He only said goodbye to the great persons and took up his blade. A split second later, he cut off Diren's head without hesitation. And that was the end of his story. Shortly after, the ceremony of changing the founder took place. Mukyan and all the members of the demon clan, as well as those who joined them, were present. He began his speech, greeted everyone, and said that they had all shed rivers of blood up until this moment. But now they are united under one demonic clan, and he hopes that this ritual will unite them. After all, having drunk this ashen water, prepared according to hierarchical records, they will become united, perhaps not by blood, but by will. Everyone knelt down and greeted the new lord of the demon clan and exclaimed that he would fill the world with light. At the same time, in the lair of the bloody cult of Asu, its own ritual was taking place. The cult members were sitting around a cage with a tiger. The deputy leader of the blood cult, Mayum, stepped away and approached the man's bandaged body. He asked Jinchol if he was awake, and added that it was simply an incredible healing. He said that he was lucky to be at the bottom of the river. Otherwise, he would have simply died. Ingle asked why they saved him. Because the blood cult of Asu hates the demonic clan. Mayom replied that he wanted him to join them to defeat Mukyan, because even if they couldn't kill him, they had a plan to get rid of him. After this, he gave an order to an old man to begin the unholy ritual of punished souls. Active circular movements of fire energy began around the cage with the tiger, which accelerated. The tiger began to growl and gradually evaporate, as if he was being sucked into some kind of hole. After a split second, he disappeared. The former leader of the demon clan did not understand how this was possible, and the man was just waiting for an answer to the proposal. He gave his answer, and they began to create a plan to get rid of Mukyan. At that time, in the main hall of the demonic cult, Manhwa was knocking on the door of the new founder's office. Since the meeting had already begun and he was not there, still, without waiting for an answer, she opened the door, but he was not there. She saw only an open window. The man himself was having breakfast at a local eatery at the time, and overheard a conversation between two men who were talking about Mount Stillsent. One of them said that there are rumors that screams are heard from there every night, and that people in robes have also been seen there. They came to the conclusion that it was none of their business, because maybe it was just some masters looking for treasures or a book with arts. Mukyan decided to check everything himself. Approaching the place, he felt the presence of weak demonic energy. He guessed that this was the Asu cult and moved on. But a rabbit with strange eyes was already following him. This animal was controlled by the same old man from the cult. Through the installed seal, he saw everything through the eyes of a furry creature. He informed Jean and Mayom that the man was already approaching the prepared place, and it was time to get ready. They also began to discuss among themselves whether they had everything ready. The deputy of the blood cult replied that they could start at any moment. Ingol smiled. He was thirsty for revenge and gave the order to start the work right away. At the same moment, wooden pins with skulls on them began to fall from the sky, creating a kind of circle. Then members of the bloody cult of Asu appeared in red cloaks and began to fold the seals. They used the technique Bloody Field of Great Defeat. The skulls began to glow and connect with each other with energy. Also behind Mukyan in the area of this created circle, dead people began to crawl out of the ground. The founder of the cult did not see the danger yet and quickly dealt with the monsters. But he understood that this ritual or spell was not done just like that, and he needed to do something. He tried to get out of the circle and struck the energy wall, but it held the blow. Mayoma watched this closely, wondering how the boy's face would change when despair overwhelmed him. Seeing his new allies, Mukyan was very surprised. Firstly, they were both alive, and secondly, Jinchol did this for the sake of revenge. The blood cult's deputy said that this time he was definitely finished and began to complete his spell by folding the seals. The cursed circle began to narrow, and new dead were already approaching. The founder understood that he needed to get out urgently. Ingol was very angry, and, in anticipation of revenge, he exclaimed that he would not let him escape, and used his spell. An energy cordon appeared around Mukyan, and the man continued to shout at him not to contradict fate. A split second later, the founder of the demonic cult changed his appearance and only confidently said that they underestimated him. Like a fast stream of energy, he rushed through all the dead and headed straight for the deputy of the cult Asu. His blade was already a millimeter from the man's head, but stopped abruptly. Mukyan did not have time. In its place, only a sword and a cape remained, which at the same second flew down, and the founder of the cult himself seemed to have disappeared. They themselves couldn't believe that they had succeeded. Excited but happy, Jinchol, Ingol, and Mayoma stared at one point for a long time. In another dimension, like a meteorite, a man fell from the clouds at great speed. Mukyan didn't understand what was happening. He was naked and just falling from the sky, and it was going on for a long time. Upon landing, to his surprise, he felt no pain and thought it was some kind of curse of illusion. Looking around, he saw only the blue sky and a strange flying creature that resembled a dragon.